You've been told all your life that if you want something, you must run after it, chase harder, hustle longer, push more, grip tighter. But if this were truly the way, why does the endless chase leave you drained, restless, and anxious? Why does clinging so desperately make the very thing you desire slip even further away, like dry sand falling through your trembling fingers? The truth is simple, yet often forgotten. Not everything in life is meant to be forced. What is truly yours does not demand that you beg for it, fight endlessly for it, or exhaust yourself in suffering to claim it. What belongs to you comes when the moment is right, quietly, naturally, like a flower opening at dawn. It does not rush, yet it never fails to bloom. Buddhist teachings have carried this wisdom for centuries. They whisper that peace does not arise from tightening your grip on life, but from loosening it. Peace comes from releasing the illusion of control, from trusting the river of life instead of wrestling against its current, from learning, again and again, that attachment is the root of suffering, while detachment, the gentle art of letting go, is the gateway to freedom. And tonight, as you listen, something within you will begin to soften. The restless knots inside you will slowly untangle. The grip of fear, the endless cycle of what-ifs, of I must have, of it should be this way, will begin to loosen. And in that loosening, a quiet spaciousness will appear. It is a space where trust can finally take root, a space where the breath becomes lighter, where the mind stops its constant chasing, where the heart remembers how to rest. This is not the act of giving up. No, it is the practice of waking up. It is the realization that what is meant for you will find its way, and what never belonged to you was only a weight you were never meant to carry. So, let me ask you, are you ready to lay that weight down? Are you ready to stop forcing life into shapes it was never meant to take? Are you ready to trust the unfolding of things as they are? Then, let us begin. When the truth of allowing life to flow naturally begins to settle in your heart, another question rises like a whisper. How do you live this truth without becoming detached in the wrong way, without becoming cold, distant, or careless? This is where many stumble. People hear the word detachment and mistake it for indifference, as though freedom means no longer caring. But this confusion is dangerous, because what looks like peace from the outside can, on the inside, be nothing more than numbness. The path of Buddhism does not ask you to become stone. It asks you to become light. It is not about shutting the heart off from the world. It is about opening the heart so wide that nothing needs to be clung to, nothing needs to be chained down, nothing needs to be feared. This is why the distinction between detachment and difference is so crucial. Detachment is the soft opening of the hand that once clenched in desperation. It is the grace of holding life gently, appreciating beauty without clinging to it, releasing what passes without bitterness, and loving deeply without trying to possess. Indifference, however, is different. It is the refusal to even open the hand. It is the wall that blocks life from ever touching you. One arises from wisdom, the other from fear. One expands the heart until it embraces all things. The other shrinks it until nothing can enter. And this subtle difference changes everything. It determines whether your path leads you to true liberation or to a prison disguised as freedom. When you practice detachment, you still care deeply. You still love, but your love is no longer tangled with fear of loss. You still engage with the world, but you do not let the world chain your soul. You hold what is precious, but you allow it to breathe, to move, to change, to go when it must. Because in truth, detachment is not the end of love. It is its purification. It is the kind of love that does not suffocate, but liberates. The kind of care that does not control but nurtures. the kind of peace that comes not from escaping life, but from fully embracing it without needing to bind it. You support others, but not because you hunger for recognition. You listen deeply, but not because you wish to control the outcome. In this state of being, compassion flows like a river, without obstruction, pure, effortless, untainted by ego. Indifference, however, is a dam. It blocks that river. It whispers, nothing matters. Their suffering is not your burden. Love is optional. But detachment speaks differently. A detached heart sees pain and responds with tenderness, with presence, with kindness. An indifferent heart sees pain and looks away. This is why the confusion between the two is so dangerous. Indifference wears a clever mask. It pretends to be peace, to be strength, to be self-protection. But beneath the mask lies emptiness without depth, a hollow that starves the soul. The Buddha never told us to stop caring. He warned against craving, against clinging so tightly to desire that it consumes us. But he also spoke of the middle way, a path that avoids both extremes, the chains of attachment on one side and the coldness of rejection on the other. Detachment is born in this middle ground. It is the balance point, the steady flame between excess and absence. It is the wisdom that allows you to look into the eyes of someone you love and say, "You are free. I do not own you. My love is not a cage." It is the strength that allows you to face loss with tears streaming down your cheeks, yet with peace still pulsing in your heart, because you no longer resist impermanence. Indifference, on the other hand, would tell you to dry your tears, bury your feelings, and pretend you are untouched. But repressing emotion is not freedom. It is self-imprisonment. Many people choose indifference because it feels easier. If I care less, I hurt less, they tell themselves. And for a while this seems true. The armor feels protective. The wall feels safe. But this safety is an illusion. It is comfort at a devastating cost. For in shutting out pain, you also shut out joy. You may feel shielded, but you are not alive. You are merely empty. Detachment asks for courage, the courage to feel everything fully, knowing that one day what you love will change, fade, or disappear. It does not numb the heart. It strengthens it. It asks you to open your heart wider, not narrower, to embrace life in all its fleeting beauty, and still release it when the time comes. That courage is what transforms suffering into wisdom. Indifference, by contrast, leaves you stuck in quiet despair, safe perhaps, but stagnant, untouched, and unmoved. Even modern psychology affirms what the Buddha taught. Psychologists today speak of emotional suppression and the toll it takes on the body. When you push feelings down, your nervous system carries the hidden weight. Stress rises. Anxiety lurks beneath the surface. Depression quietly seeps in, day by day. Indifference works the same way, not on the body, but on the soul. It suppresses the natural human impulse to care. It tells the heart to remain silent when it longs to speak, to look away when it longs to reach out. Detachment, however, is not suppression. It is transformation. You feel fully, you experience deeply, and then you let go. You grieve, but you do not cling to grief. You rejoice, but you do not clutch desperately at joy. This movement, this flowing in and out, is what keeps the energy of life moving through you. It keeps the mind clear. It keeps the body light. It keeps the heart alive. Spiritual growth depends on compassion. Without compassion, wisdom hardens into something brittle, like a seed that is never watered. Detachment nourishes compassion because it clears away the clouds of self-centered desire, making room for genuine care. Indifference poisons compassion because it convinces you that to care is weakness, that to love is a risk not worth taking. A detached person may give generously and then walk away with no expectation of return. An indifferent person may not give at all, believing that nothing is worth the effort. One opens the heart wider to humanity. The other closes the door and bolts it shut. And perhaps you will see this contrast most clearly in relationships. Detachment allows love to breathe. Indifference suffocates it before it even begins. Detachment allows you to love without chaining the other person. You give them room to grow, room to change, even room to walk away if they must. And still you wish them well. Your love is not a cage, it is a blessing, like sunlight that warms but never imprisons. Indifference, however, pretends not to care whether they stay or go. But this is not freedom, it is disconnection, the dull ache of distance masked as strength. When you are indifferent, you protect yourself from being hurt. But in the process, you also protect yourself from being truly touched. You miss the chance to experience intimacy, because intimacy requires vulnerability, and indifference rejects vulnerability outright. Think of detachment instead as a kind of clarity, a way of seeing life exactly as it is. You understand deeply that everything is impermanent. Relationships, possessions, titles, even your own body. And strangely, instead of making you cold, it makes you warmer. Indifference may see the same truth of impermanence, but its response is dismissive. It shrugs and mutters. Why bother? This is not wisdom. It is resignation, a retreat into numbness. The heart of Buddhism has always been compassion illuminated by insight. Compassion without wisdom burns itself out like a flame without fuel. Wisdom without compassion freezes over into cold detachment. Detachment is the place where these two meet in balance. It is the state where you see through illusions and still extend your hand to those caught in them. You know that nothing lasts, but you still hold someone's hand while they cry. You understand that desire leads to suffering, but you still smile at a child's laughter. This balance is what makes detachment powerful. It keeps the heart alive, even while it is free. Indifference has no such balance. It dresses itself in the robes of wisdom, but underneath it hides avoidance. It uses the language of insight as an excuse to abandon compassion. It does not liberate, it isolates. Consider how this plays out in society. A detached person sees suffering and does not turn away. They volunteer, donate, speak out, or simply listen with care. They act not out of ego or the hunger for recognition, but because it is right. Their heart is steady, touched by suffering, yet not drowned in it, awake to injustice, yet not consumed by rage. An indifferent person, however, looks at the same suffering and says, "It's not my problem." They use impermanence as a shield for apathy. Why help if everything passes anyway? This is not Dharma. This is a distortion of it. True Dharma never makes you careless. It makes you more alive, more awake, more responsive to the needs of others, even as you release your personal attachments. At the root of this confusion lies fear. People are afraid that if they let go of attachment, they will lose love, passion, and meaning. So they cling desperately, or they swing to the opposite extreme of indifference, shutting down altogether. But detachment is not the death of passion. It is the birth of pure passion, free from fear. A detached artist still paints with fire, but no longer trembles at criticism. A detached lover still loves with depth, but without binding the beloved in chains. A detached seeker still pursues wisdom, but without pride poisoning the journey. This is freedom with warmth, not coldness. It is presence with clarity, not absence. The path of detachment also sharpens awareness. When you are indifferent, you close your senses, you numb yourself to avoid discomfort. But numbness dulls everything. It mutes joy, silences wonder, and blinds you to beauty. Detachment, on the other hand, opens the senses wider. You feel more, not less. You simply stop clinging to what you feel: pain, joy, beauty, truth. Detachment does not numb you to these things. It does the opposite. It heightens your awareness, because your vision is no longer clouded by craving. Food tastes richer when you do not obsess over it. Relationships feel deeper when you no longer demand from them. Experiences feel fuller when you do not clutch at them in fear of their passing. Indifference narrows your world until it becomes small, grey, and lifeless. Detachment expands it, opening doors to wonder, subtlety, and meaning. There is also a moral difference that cannot be overlooked. Indifference can quietly slide into cruelty, because when nothing matters to you, the suffering of others becomes invisible. A heart that says, "It is not my concern," eventually becomes a heart that cannot see at all. Detachment never leads to cruelty, because it is rooted in the twin pillars of wisdom and compassion. A detached monk may renounce possessions, but he still feeds the hungry and comforts the sick. His letting go does not make him give less. It allows him to give more, with no strings attached. Indifference does not give. It only withholds. It hides behind a mask of neutrality, but underneath it is avoidance, and sometimes even coldness. Philosophers across history have seen this same distinction in their own language. The Stoics spoke of apatheia, a calm state free from destructive emotions, but they never meant apathy in the modern sense of numb detachment. They meant freedom from being enslaved by emotions, not freedom from caring. Buddhism echoes this perfectly. Detachment is mastery, not neglect. It is the art of choosing how to respond with clarity instead of reacting blindly in the grip of impulse. Indifference is not mastery at all. It is simply shutting down, refusing to respond. Not because you are wise, but because you are closed. And if you look within yourself with honesty, you can feel the difference. When you practice detachment, your heart feels light, open, at ease. There is clarity, a sense of harmony with the flow of life. When you slip into indifference, there is a heaviness in the chest. Even if disguised as calm, something feels dimmed, as though the inner flame has been smothered. That subtle difference is the compass of your growth. It tells you whether you are truly walking the path or merely avoiding it. Meditation becomes the training ground for this discernment. In meditation, you learn to observe thoughts and feelings without clinging. You watch them rise and fall, come and go, like clouds drifting across the vast sky. This is detachment in practice, awareness without ownership, presence without grasping. Indifference in meditation, however, is something else. It is ignoring thoughts, pushing them away, or zoning out into blankness. That is not mindfulness, it is avoidance, dressed as peace. The quality of presence is what matters. Detachment is full presence without grasping. Indifference is absence disguised as calm. Over time, as detachment deepens, life itself becomes lighter. You no longer need constant validation to feel whole. You no longer fear loss with the same desperate intensity. And strangely, you begin to care more authentically because your care is no longer tangled with ego. You help others not because you want praise or reward, but because you recognize them as yourself. This is compassion in its purest form. Indifference can never reach this depth because it cuts the bridge between self and other. It says, "I am separate, and your suffering is not mine." But detachment pierces through the illusion of separation. It sees one life flowing through all beings and responds naturally, as effortlessly as the hand moves to soothe the other when it is in pain. The Buddha's life is the clearest example of this truth. He did not leave his palace out of indifference to his family. He left out of a compassion so vast that he could not ignore the suffering of the world. He cared so deeply that he was willing to walk away from comfort, from privilege, from personal ties, not to escape, but to discover the truth that could free all beings from sorrow. That is the essence of detachment. Not turning away because you do not care, but stepping forward because you care more than anyone can imagine. Indifference would have kept the Buddha inside the palace walls, blind to the world's suffering. Detachment, however, gave him the courage to walk out, to face pain, and to act for the highest good. That is the difference between closing your heart and opening it wider than ever before. So as you continue on your own path, test yourself gently. When you step back from a situation, is it because you are wise enough to release control, or because you are too afraid to feel? When you say, "I do not care," is it because you have seen through illusion, or because you are hiding from reality? Detachment and indifference may appear similar from the outside, but within they create entirely different lives. One builds a soul that shines with light. The other builds a fragile shell that cracks under the weight of emptiness. Here lies the essence. Detachment is love without chains, compassion without ego, freedom without coldness. Indifference, on the other hand, is escape disguised as freedom, numbness disguised as peace. If you wish to grow, if you truly wish to taste the calm strength the Dharma offers, then choose detachment, not indifference, for one leads to liberation, while the other leads to a subtle kind of death, long before the body dies. This is the difference the Buddha asked us to see, and once you feel this difference clearly in your own heart, your journey will never be the same. Yet as soon as this truth settles, another question naturally arises. If we are not meant to cling, not meant to force, then how do we move through life with purpose? This is where many seekers stumble. Some believe that letting go means doing nothing, that life will simply carry them to every desire without effort. Others swing to the opposite extreme, convinced they must push harder, control every step, and bend destiny to their will. Both are misunderstandings. Both are born of imbalance. The middle path is not passivity, nor is it obsession. It is found in understanding karma and the natural rhythm of cause and effect. To live wisely is to act without forcing, to plant seeds without tugging at the stem, to trust that what is meant to blossom will bloom in its own season. Karma is not punishment. It is not reward from some cosmic judge. It is the simple, undeniable truth that every action has consequences. Every thought, word, and deed ripples outward into the world, and then, in time, circles back to you in ways you may never predict. When you grasp desperately at outcomes, when you demand results on your own timeline, you disrupt this natural rhythm. It is like throwing rocks into still water again and again, shouting at it to clear faster, only to make it murkier. The unfolding of karma requires patience. It requires clarity. It requires trust in timing. The Buddha compared karma to planting a garden. If you sow seeds of kindness, of compassion, of mindfulness, you cannot demand fruit tomorrow. You must water them. You must give them sunlight. And most of all, you must allow time to do its work. Forcing the process does not yield quicker growth. It only damages the seed. This is why rushing destiny always breaks the flow. Yes, you may force something to happen for a time. You may even taste the appearance of success, but the fruit will be bitter, for it was pulled before it ripened. Detachment, on the other hand, allows you to plant without clinging, to act with sincerity but without obsession. This is the wisdom of non-forcing. And let us be clear, non-forcing is not passivity. It is not sitting idle, waiting for life to carry you without effort. It is wise alignment with reality as it is. When you force outcomes, you act from craving, and craving always whispers the same lie. You must have it now. You are incomplete until it arrives. This mindset breeds restlessness. It keeps the heart anxious, always measuring, always comparing, always dissatisfied. But karma does not bend to impatience. Karma is not moved by how badly you want something or how loudly you demand it. It works on deeper levels, carrying not just your actions, but the subtle energy of your intentions. If your intention is filled with desperation, fear, or greed, the results will carry the same flavor. This is why forcing so often leads to disappointment. The energy you put into the world is the energy that returns to you. Consider how this plays out in relationships. You may desire love so fiercely that you push yourself into situations that are not truly meant for you, clinging to people who are not aligned with your path. In the moment it feels like action, like seizing destiny, but what follows is strain, conflict, heartbreak, when instead you allow relationships to unfold naturally, guided by compassion, clarity, and patience. What arises is more stable, more nourishing. Karma does not deny you love. It teaches that love must grow in harmony, not under pressure. This is the essence of non-forcing. It does not mean sitting still with folded hands. It means acting with awareness, planting the right seeds, and then stepping back to let life breathe. Think of a farmer. He tills the soil, plants the seeds, waters them, protects the field. But he does not stand over the crops day and night, shouting at them to grow faster. He trusts the process. He knows that forcing would destroy the very life he is trying to nurture. This is the art of karma. You act skillfully. You release control. You trust the unfolding. When you force, you dig up the soil again and again, ruining what you planted. When you trust, you align with the rhythm of life. The truth is, the rhythm of karma is subtle. Often you cannot see the results of your actions immediately. This is where faith and patience become essential. The restless mind cannot bear waiting, because waiting feels like emptiness. But waiting in alignment with Dharma is not empty. It is fertile. Every moment of patience nourishes the seed. When you rush, you uproot your own potential. When you trust, you align with a deeper order. And yet modern life teaches the opposite. We are told to hustle endlessly, grind without pause, force our way to the top. But look closely, see the exhaustion, the anxiety, the disconnection this creates. The law of karma is not impressed by hurry. It does not respond to the speed of your demand. It responds to the quality of your actions, to the purity of your intentions. Forcing outcomes breaks harmony because it comes from ego, and the ego does not trust timing. The ego does not surrender. It believes it must shape the entire universe by its own will, but karma is impartial. It does not bend to ego. It unfolds according to cause and effect, not impatience. And there is a deeper danger here. Forcing destiny feeds the illusion of control. It strengthens the false belief that your will alone determines reality, that you are separate from the greater flow of existence. Buddhism teaches otherwise. It teaches interdependence, that nothing exists alone, that everything arises from countless conditions woven together. To force outcomes is to deny this truth, to push against the web of life rather than moving in harmony with it. The result will always be resistance, conflict, suffering. Non-forcing, by contrast, acknowledges interdependence. It honors the web. It acts wisely within the field of conditions instead of against them. This does not mean effort is abandoned. Effort has its place. Indeed, right effort is part of the Noble Eightfold Path. But right effort is not frantic pushing. It is balanced, mindful, purposeful. It is the effort of a farmer tending his field, not of a desperate man clawing at the earth. It is like guiding a boat with the current rather than paddling furiously against it. When you force, you exhaust yourself and drift further from shore. When you align, you travel farther with less struggle. This is the secret of non-forcing, effort guided by wisdom, not by desperation. Think of the moments in your own life when things unfolded naturally. Perhaps an opportunity appeared at the perfect time, without your chasing. Perhaps a friendship deepened without effort, as though it had always been waiting. This is the flow of karma meeting your readiness. Forcing would have blinded you to these gifts. Your eyes would have been fixed on another door, pounding against it, while the open gate was right beside you. The rhythm of life offers what is right when conditions are ripe. Non-forcing keeps the heart open to receive. The danger of rushing destiny is also this. You often do not know what you are rushing into. The mind insists that a certain outcome will bring happiness, yet it cannot see the whole picture. You may achieve what you craved, only to find it hollow. Karma does not withhold what you chase. It allows you to taste it, and in tasting, to see its true nature. If you act without wisdom, your forced outcomes become teachers of suffering. If you act with detachment, then whatever unfolds, gain or loss, becomes nourishment for awakening. Every spiritual tradition speaks of timing. In Buddhism, right timing is not about luck, but about the harmony of causes and conditions. Forcing ignores this timing. It is like trying to harvest in winter. You may gather something, but it will not sustain you. Non-forcing is trusting that spring will arrive in its season and preparing your heart in the meantime. And this patience is not weakness, it is strength. It takes more courage to trust than to push. The mind addicted to forcing confuses busyness with progress. It feels movement and mistakes it for growth. But busy circles return you to the same place, exhausted. Non-forcing may appear slower, but it moves in harmony. Like water carving stone, it is steady, natural, unstoppable. Forcing burns quickly and collapses. Non-forcing endures. This is why detachment is so crucial. Without detachment, your actions are stained with craving. With detachment, you act from clarity. You still work, create, build, and love, but you do not demand instant fruit. You trust karma's unfolding. You know that what is truly yours will not pass you by, and what is not meant for you cannot be forced into permanence. This understanding is the ground of peace. Meditation reveals this truth directly. Sit quietly and notice thoughts arise, swirl, and fade. If you force them to stop, they only return with greater strength. If you allow them to come and go, they dissolve naturally, like clouds moving across an open sky. The same law applies to life. When you force, you disturb the waters. When you allow, the stream carries you. Detachment is this allowing, the wisdom to act, the patience to trust, the openness to receive. Forcing the mind always creates resistance. It is like trying to dam a river with bare hands. The water pushes back, restless and unyielding. Allowing with awareness, however, brings stillness. It is like placing no barrier at all, simply watching as the river flows, clear and natural. Karma is like this. Forcing disturbs the waters of life, clouding them with impatience. Non-forcing allows the mud to settle, the ripples to calm, until clarity returns on its own. Over time, you will see that non-forcing is not laziness, but mastery. It takes wisdom to discern when to act and when to wait, when to press forward and when to release your grip. Forcing is tempting because it feels powerful in the short term. It feeds the ego's illusion of control. But non-forcing requires something far greater: surrender, patience, humility. And in this humility, the heart opens to the deeper rhythm of the universe, where everything arrives in its season. When you stop rushing destiny, life softens. The tension that once lived in your shoulders, in your chest, begins to melt. The anxious grasping toward the future eases. You begin to notice the quiet blessings scattered in each day, sunlight through leaves, a kind word, the simple rhythm of breath, blessings once invisible because you were too busy pushing. Relationships deepen too. Because you no longer try to mold others into the shape of your desires, love breathes freely. Friendship becomes less about possession and more about presence. Work also feels lighter, no longer driven by desperation, but carried by clarity. This is the fruit of non-forcing, a way of being that nourishes rather than drains. Karma teaches that every moment is both cause and effect. What you choose now ripples into tomorrow, yet tomorrow also depends on countless other conditions, many unseen, many beyond your reach. Forcing denies this complexity. It insists that only your will matters, that the universe must bend instantly to your demand. Non-forcing respects the vast web of causes. It acts with clear intention, but leaves space for life to weave its design. And in this space, peace arises. To live in harmony with karma is to see that destiny cannot be rushed. For destiny is not a single fixed event waiting on the horizon. It is the continuous unfolding of countless threads, shaped by your actions, the actions of others, and the invisible patterns of existence. Forcing breaks this flow because it reduces life to one rigid outcome. Non-forcing opens you to infinite outcomes, each carrying its own lesson, each offering its own gift. When you embrace non-forcing, delays no longer feel like failures. They become part of the unfolding. Obstacles no longer feel like punishments. They become teachers. Timing no longer feels against you. It becomes a quiet guide. Karma is not in a hurry. It moves at the pace of truth, not at the pace of craving. If you align with it, your journey becomes lighter, as though carried by a current. If you rush against it, you stumble endlessly, falling into the same waters you tried to command. The wisdom is clear. Act with sincerity. Plant seeds of compassion. Trust timing. Release control. Forcing creates friction, but non-forcing creates flow. And in that flow, life unfolds with more grace than the ego could ever design. When you stop chasing destiny, you discover something profound. What is meant for you does not require pursuit. It does not need to be dragged into your hands. It arrives naturally, gently, quietly, when the heart is truly ready to receive. When you begin to see that forcing life breaks its natural rhythm, another truth quietly emerges. Much of the pressure to rush, to grasp, to control does not come from the world itself, but from within, from desire. Desire whispers in 1,000 voices. It tells you that without its fulfillment, you are incomplete. It promises happiness, waiting just beyond the next achievement, the next possession, the next relationship, the next milestone. It seduces you into believing that peace lies in the future, never here, never now. But if you look closely, you will notice something astonishing. Every desire, no matter how intoxicating, no matter how urgent, eventually fades. The craving that once burned so fiercely dissolves on its own. This is the great truth of impermanence at the heart of craving. What seems unshakable when it grips you is, in reality, fragile and fleeting. To see this clearly is to free yourself from the endless cycle of chasing, attaining, and suffering. Desire feels permanent only when it is burning inside you. In that moment, it convinces you, if only I gain this promotion, this recognition, this car, this partner, even this spiritual breakthrough, then the longing will end. and peace will remain. But experience always proves otherwise. The very moment desire is fulfilled, the fire begins to cool. The joy is brief, fragile. Almost immediately, new desires arise to take its place. What seemed essential yesterday becomes ordinary today. What seemed life-changing today will be forgotten tomorrow. The Buddha saw this cycle clearly. He taught that craving is not stable. It arises, it burns, and it dissolves. This is its nature. The suffering comes not from desire itself, but from clinging to it, from mistaking a passing wave for a permanent ocean. You suffer not because you want, but because you forget impermanence. You believe that satisfaction will freeze happiness in place. But nothing in life stands still. Relationships shift, possessions decay, status changes, health rises and falls. Even your emotions move like weather, changing from moment to moment. When you tie your happiness to desire, you tie it to things destined to dissolve. And when they inevitably change, as they must, disappointment follows. Yet the recognition of impermanence does not make life bleak. It makes life honest. It frees you from chasing shadows and invites you to savor what is here, now, without clutching. It teaches you to treasure what you hold while it is in your hands, knowing it was never meant to last forever. There is also a quieter truth hidden within desire. Desire itself is exhausting. Every longing carries weight. It occupies your mind, unsettles your body, drives you into restless action. It is like carrying a bag of stones, each craving adding another, until your steps grow heavy. Have you noticed how the mind under desire is never still? It is always leaning forward, always stretching into the future, always telling you that this moment is not enough. Desire steals presence. It makes you blind to what is already here. But when you begin to see desire's impermanence, its grip loosens. The stones begin to fall from the bag one by one. You still experience longing. It is part of being human, but you no longer believe its lies. You no longer mistake its promises for truth. And in that space, a new freedom arises. Think for a moment about how much mental space craving consumes. How often your thoughts circle endlessly around, if only I had more money, if only I were noticed, if only things turned out differently. This constant circling creates noise, leaving little room for peace. And yet, when longing dissolves, sometimes suddenly, sometimes gently, you notice something remarkable. You feel lighter, freer, as though a hidden burden has quietly lifted from your shoulders. The nature of desire is to appear heavy, urgent, immovable, but its essence is vapor. It vanishes like mist under sunlight. When you see this truth, you stop letting desire dictate the rhythm of your life. Even modern psychology echoes what the Buddha taught centuries ago. Research on hedonic adaptation shows that after attaining what we once longed for, we quickly return to our baseline of happiness. The thrill of a new purchase fades in days or weeks. The excitement of a long-sought success softens into routine. Even the sweetness of deep relationships evolves, changes, sometimes cools. This does not mean that achievements and relationships hold no value. They do bring joy, learning, connection, and meaning, but their ability to sustain happiness is limited. The suffering arises not from their presence, but from our expectation that they should provide what they cannot give, permanence. This is the key. Desire itself is not the enemy. What causes suffering is ignorance of desire's nature. You can allow desires to arise and dissolve naturally without mistaking them for eternal truths. Take hunger as an example. It arises, you eat, it dissolves. You do not panic when it ends, nor do you cling to the experience of eating. But when the craving is deeper, wealth, recognition, certainty, security, you often forget that these too are temporary supplies. You clutch them as though they could protect you forever. Yet when you learn to observe longing with the same calm awareness you bring to hunger, everything changes. You see it for what it is, just another passing condition, not a verdict on your worth, not a final definition of your happiness. This awareness also transforms your relationship with time. Desire projects itself into the future, forever pulling you away from the present. It whispers, peace lies just beyond this next step. So you chase a tomorrow that never truly arrives. Because when it comes, fresh desires are already waiting, and the cycle begins again. But when you see clearly that longing dissolves by its very nature, you stop postponing happiness. You no longer wait for fulfillment to arrive in some imagined future. You begin to value presence, to taste the moment you are in, because you understand joy rooted in the future is fragile. This does not make you passive. On the contrary, it makes you wise in where you place your energy. You stop wasting it on endless chasing and begin investing it in what truly nourishes presence, compassion, creativity, stillness. There is a subtle beauty in the dissolving of desire. When one craving ends, space opens within you. That space is clarity. It allows silence to deepen, creativity to spark, compassion to flow. If desire never ended, your mind would be a crowded room, so filled with restless voices that there would be no space for wisdom to enter. Impermanence clears the field, so new growth can emerge. The problem is not that desires end. The problem is that we resist their ending. We cling to the fire long after the flame has gone out, and it is in that clinging, more than in the desire itself, that suffering is. This truth also reframes how we see loss. So often what we long for is not merely to gain something new, but to prevent losing what we already have. We long to hold on to youth, to security, to loved ones, to health, to stability. But here too, impermanence rules. Longing for what cannot remain only deepens pain. To see impermanence clearly does not mean you stop caring. It does not make your love colder, your life emptier, or your actions meaningless. Instead, it allows you to love more fully precisely because you know it will not last forever. It allows you to grieve honestly when things change, without resentment, and it allows you to release, not with bitterness but with peace. This is the wisdom of desire, not to kill it, not to deny it, but to see it as it is, temporary, vapor-like, a guest passing through. When you recognize this, craving loses its chains, and in their place, a deeper freedom arises. The dissolving of desire teaches you something profound, to value each moment not as a possession to cling to, but as a gift to be received. Meditation reveals this with unmistakable clarity. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and watch the mind. Desires rise like waves upon the surface of the ocean. One moment, a thought of food, another moment, a memory of affection, another, a fantasy of success or recognition. Each wave feels real, urgent, demanding. Each one insists, I am necessary, follow me. Yet if you remain still, if you do not immediately feed them with attention, you notice a hidden truth. They pass on their own. Some dissolve quickly, like ripples, fading almost as soon as they appear. Others linger, circling again and again before losing their strength, but all, without exception, eventually fade. This is impermanence in action, not as an abstract philosophy, but as something you can witness directly within your own breath and awareness. And with this realization comes a shift. You begin to see that craving is not a permanent fire that must always consume you, but a flickering flame, bright for a moment, then fading into smoke. Observing this loosens the chains of attachment because you realize you are not bound to chase every longing. Spiritual practice deepens when this understanding takes root. Instead of saying, "I am my craving," you begin to say, "There is craving." This subtle shift, simple yet radical, breaks the chain of suffering. Desire is no longer fused with your identity. It is seen as a temporary condition moving through you, like a passing storm across the sky. When longing dissolves, what remains is the clear sky of awareness, and in that recognition lies freedom. The nature of desire also teaches humility, for longings are rarely simple. They are often contradictory, even within the same heart. At one moment, you yearn for solitude, and in the next, you crave connection. At one moment, you seek stability, and at another, you thirst for adventure. If you chase each one with equal intensity, you are torn into fragments, pulled in opposite directions by winds that never cease. But when you see that desires are impermanent, you stop taking them so seriously. You recognize them as passing breezes, not eternal truths. And humility arises when you realize that you need not obey every wind that blows through the mind. This truth has profound implications for compassion. When you understand that your own cravings dissolve, you begin to see that others are also caught in the same cycle. Their anger, greed, jealousy, or grasping are not fixed identities. They are not who they truly are. They too are temporary conditions, clouds passing across their sky of awareness. This insight softens judgment and deepens patience. You no longer condemn so quickly. You no longer demand perfection from others. Instead, you respond with kindness because you recognize the shared struggle. Just as your longing fades, so will theirs. This is why non-attachment does not mean rejecting desire completely. It is not about becoming cold or indifferent. It is about walking with desire wisely. You allow longing to arise. You watch it clearly. You see its impermanent nature, and you release it when it dissolves. In this way, desire becomes a teacher rather than a master. Each longing shows you impermanence in action. Each dissolution reminds you of freedom. If you cling, you suffer. If you observe, you learn. When you align with this truth, life changes. You stop running endlessly toward the next achievement, the next possession, the next promise of happiness. You still engage with the world. You work, love, create, contribute, but you do so without illusions. You enjoy what you have without demanding that it last forever. You love fully, but without chains. You live deeply, but without fear of loss. And in this way, the dissolving of desire does not diminish life. It enriches it. It teaches you to taste each moment fully and freely, knowing it is a gift that will pass, and precisely because it will pass, it is infinitely precious. You work toward your goals, but without the desperation of needing them to define you. This is the essence of balance. You engage with life, but you are not enslaved by it. This shift in relationship to desire is what reduces suffering. It does not eliminate longing altogether, because longing will always arise as part of the human experience. What it transforms is your response to it. Instead of being pulled by every craving, you meet it with awareness. You see its impermanence. You allow it to pass. In the end, every desire dissolves, whether fulfilled or unfulfilled. This is its nature. To forget this truth is to suffer endlessly, running in circles. To remember it is to taste freedom, to breathe more openly, to live more lightly. The Buddha's teaching on impermanence is not an abstract philosophy tucked away in scriptures. It is daily reality. You can see it in the way seasons shift, in the way emotions rise and fall, in the way your own breath appears and disappears in cycles. The more you see it clearly, the less you cling. And the less you cling, the lighter you walk. With each longing that dissolves, a deeper peace takes root, a peace untouched by conditions, a peace that no temporary desire, no fleeting possession, no fragile recognition can ever provide. And yet, when the truth of impermanence is deeply seen, a new and sharper question arises in the heart. If desire always dissolves, then why do we keep clinging to what is already fading? The human heart resists release, even when holding on brings pain. We cling to relationships long after they have ended. We clutch memories as if we could keep them alive by grasping. We replay regrets as though punishing ourselves were proof of love or responsibility. We hold expectations so tightly that we suffocate the present moment under the weight of what we think life should be. But the Dharma reveals a different way. It teaches that true healing often begins not in holding tighter, but in letting go. Release is not a loss. It is an opening. It is the space where life renews itself, where the body softens, where the mind clears, where the spirit breathes freely again. Holding on feels safe in the moment because it gives the illusion of control. A broken relationship may leave wounds, and clinging to the pain can feel like protecting yourself from forgetting. A past mistake may bring guilt, and replaying it over and over may feel like proof that you care. But this holding is not protection, it is prolonging. It binds you to suffering instead of setting you free. The wound cannot close if it is never given space to breathe. The heart cannot mend if it is constantly reopened by the claws of memory. When you let go, you do not erase the memory. You do not deny the event. You simply release the need to carry it endlessly. And in that release, healing is invited in. Emotional wounds, like physical wounds, require space to recover. If you keep scratching at a cut, it will never heal. If you keep pressing your hand against a bruise, the pain lingers. In the same way, when you replay betrayals, failures, or grief, you prevent the natural restoration of the heart. Letting go is the act of stepping back. It is trusting the natural wisdom of your being to mend itself. It is trusting the Dharma's rhythm, which already carries within it the medicine of renewal. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from attachment, and nowhere is this truth clearer than in the refusal to release. The longer you cling, the deeper the pain cuts. The moment you release, the energy shifts. Healing is not something you force. It unfolds naturally when you stop resisting. Even the body reflects this wisdom. Notice how stress builds when you refuse to let go. Notice how anxiety rises when the mind replays the past. Notice how tension collects in your shoulders, in your chest, in your breath. Clinging tightens the body. Release relaxes it. Clinging shortens the breath. Release lets it flow. Letting go is not abandonment. It is trust. It is surrender to the natural intelligence of life, which knows how to carry you forward once you stop pulling backward. Sleep becomes restless when the heart is heavy. Holding on to anger, regret, or grief is not only a mental habit, it is a burden that seeps into the body. It stiffens muscles, disrupts breath, and unsettles dreams. What the mind refuses to release, the body is forced to carry. Modern science echoes this ancient truth. Countless studies show the undeniable link between unresolved emotional weight and illness. Unforgiven resentment raises blood pressure. Repressed grief weakens the immune system. Chronic stress from clinging to the past exhausts the body's reserves until fatigue becomes a constant companion. But when people learn to release, whether through forgiveness, meditation, prayer, or mindful acceptance, the body begins to remember its natural rhythm. The shoulders drop, the breath deepens, the heart rate steadies, Blood pressure lowers, immune function strengthens, and a quiet vitality returns. The body thrives in letting go because clinging is a constant fight against reality. You are wrestling with what has already happened, trying to change what cannot be changed. And this inner battle drains life energy drop by drop. Letting go does not mean you erase the past. It does not mean you dismiss or deny what happened. It simply means you stop feeding it with resistance. A heartbreak remains part of your story, but it no longer dictates your present. A failure remains in memory, but it no longer defines your identity. Release transforms pain into wisdom. The event remains, but the sting softens. The scar stays, but the wound closes. Healing arises because you are no longer chained to the injury. The act of holding on often comes from fear. You fear that if you let go, you will lose meaning, love, or even your sense of self. You believe that your pain keeps you connected to what was lost, that if you stop grieving, you stop loving, that if you forgive, you betray your own hurt. But fear binds you to the very thing you long to be free from. It is like clinging to a heavy anchor because you are afraid to drift, not realizing the anchor is what keeps you underwater. Letting go is not abandoning. It is discovering a deeper meaning beyond possession. It is trusting that love does not vanish when you release the person, that wisdom does not vanish when you release the mistake, that strength does not vanish when you release the grief. Forgiveness is one of the clearest forms of release. To forgive is not to excuse or forget. It is to stop carrying the poison of resentment in your own vein. Holding on to anger is like gripping a burning coal, hoping it will hurt the other, while it only burns your own hand. When you release resentment, even if justice never comes, even if reconciliation never arrives, your heart begins to heal. This healing is not a gift to the one who hurt you. It is a gift to yourself. Forgiveness is freedom, and freedom is the ground on which healing grows. Letting go also creates space for new growth. Imagine your hands clutched tightly around what no longer serves you. How could you possibly receive what life is offering now? Holding on blocks the flow of renewal. Release opens the hands, opens the heart, opens the path for fresh possibilities. This is why people often discover that once they finally let go of an old attachment, whether a relationship, a regret, or an identity, they suddenly find new opportunities, deeper connections, or unexpected insights arising in their life. The space left by release is not emptiness, it is possibility. It is fertile ground where something new can take root. It is the silence from which music is born, the stillness from which clarity emerges. It is fertile ground. Healing thrives in this space because it is uncluttered, open, receptive. A heart that has let go is like soil cleared of stones, ready for seeds to take root. Meditation teaches this release directly. As you sit, thoughts and emotions arise like clouds passing through a vast sky. When you cling to them, tension builds. When you push them away, struggle grows. But when you let them come and go without grasping, the mind softens into ease. This practice is not only mental, it is healing at every level. The nervous system, once entangled, begins to settle. The heart, once heavy, feels lighter. Clarity, once clouded, begins to shine through. Meditation is training in the art of release, reminding us again and again that balance is restored, not by holding tighter, but by letting go. The same truth applies to grief. Loss is undeniably painful, and healing does not mean pretending otherwise. Tears, sorrow, and longing are natural expressions of love. But grief becomes unbearable when you cling to the belief that nothing should have changed. Holding on to what is gone freezes the heart in the past. Letting go honors the impermanence of life. It allows you to cherish what was without resisting what is. This does not diminish love. On the contrary, it deepens it because it frees love from the prison of denial. You are no longer loving against reality, but within it. Healing grows not by denying the loss, but by releasing the demand for permanence. Even in daily frustrations, this truth applies. A harsh word from a colleague, a long traffic delay, a mistake at work. These small irritations can linger like thorns in the mind, pricking you again and again as you replay them. But if you let them pass, peace returns swiftly. Small releases train the heart for larger ones. Each act of letting go is practice in allowing healing instead of prolonging pain. Physical healing mirrors this same principle. The body repairs itself when it is given rest. A cut closes when it is not picked at. Inflammation subsides when strain is released. Just as you cannot force a wound to heal by pressing on it, you cannot force emotional pain to dissolve by clutching it. Both body and mind thrive on spaciousness, trust, and patience. Healing is not something you create. It is the natural state that emerges when obstruction is removed. And within this practice of release, something unexpected is revealed. A hidden strength, a resilience that was always there, waiting beneath the layers of clinging. To let go is not weakness. It is the courage to trust life as it unfolds. It is the strength to soften when the mind wants to harden. It is the quiet bravery of choosing freedom over fear. When you release, you learn that you are not defined by what you lost or by what once hurt you. You discover an inner capacity to move forward, to carry meaning beyond the circumstances that shaped you. This resilience is not the denial of pain. It is the wisdom born from release. It shows that healing is not the absence of scars, but the ability to live fully with them, unbound by their weight, no longer chained to their memory. Release is not passive. It is not indifference, nor is it escape. It is an active choice, a conscious turning of the heart away from suffering's fire. It takes courage because clinging feels familiar, even comforting. But every act of letting go is an act of trust. Trust that life continues, that the heart can mend, that healing is possible, even in the places you thought were broken forever. In Buddhism, this trust is part of the path. The Dharma reminds us that everything arises and passes away. When you align with this truth, you no longer fear release. You recognize it as the natural rhythm of existence, the very breath of life itself. Letting go can be seen everywhere in nature. Trees surrender their leaves in autumn, not in despair, but in preparation for renewal. Rivers release their waters to the sea, not in loss, but in continuation. The body exhales with every breath, releasing the old to make space for the new. Life itself is a rhythm of release, a constant cycle of giving and receiving, holding and surrendering. When you resist this rhythm, suffering deepens. When you join it, healing flows freely. Ultimately, letting go heals faster than holding on because it removes the friction against reality. Holding is resistance, and resistance consumes energy. Release aligns you with what already is, conserving your strength for growth. In that alignment, the body and mind repair themselves naturally. Healing is not something you must manufacture. It is not something you need to chase. It is what arises when you stop blocking the current of life. When you uncover the space beneath clinging, healing is already there, waiting to breathe. When this truth is embraced deeply, life changes. Old wounds loosen their grip. Past regrets no longer weigh down the present. Relationships feel lighter, for you no longer demand permanence from what is, by nature, passing. Even pain itself becomes a teacher, pointing clearly to where release is still needed. The heart becomes a place of renewal, instead of a storage room for old burdens. The path of healing is not endless analysis, not the mind rehearsing old stories again and again. It is the quiet courage to release. Release the anger, the guilt, the regret, the craving. Release, not through denial, but through trust. And in that release, healing arises faster than you ever believed possible. Because healing was always there, waiting for space to enter. When you live this way, you discover something profound. Letting go is not weakness. It is the deepest medicine. It restores both body and soul with every breath of freedom. And when the heart tastes this medicine, when it drinks deeply from the silence that follows, release, another truth quietly begins to appear. A truth that cannot be spoken, but only discovered in the stillness left behind. What we once clung to so desperately was never only about the thing itself. It was always about the emptiness it tried to cover, the silence within that we feared to face. Desires are not random sparks in the mind. They are messages, symbols carrying the whispers of unmet needs and forgotten wounds. When you look closely, you see that what you chase outside often reveals what is missing inside. This is why detachment is not merely about letting go of cravings. It is a practice of looking deeper, of shining a light into the hidden corners of the heart. It is not about denying desire, but about understanding it. Beneath every pursuit lies a mirror, and in that mirror your reflection is waiting. Desires reveal your fears, your wounds, the parts of yourself you have pushed aside. Each longing carries a story, and every story points back to the heart. The pursuit of wealth may not truly be about money. It may be the hunger for safety, the yearning to never feel exposed or vulnerable again. The chase for recognition is rarely about status alone. It is about the ache of wanting to be seen, to be valued, to finally believe you are enough. The longing for romance often stretches beyond simple companionship. It points to an inner loneliness that may have lived within you for years, a place where love is sought outside because it has not yet been cultivated within. To see desire in this way is to understand its deeper message. The object of the craving is secondary. The lesson lies in what it reveals about you. Without this insight, you wander endlessly, mistaking every object of desire for the missing piece of your wholeness. With this insight, the cycle changes. You no longer chase shadows. Instead, you tend to the root emptiness itself, and in that tending, healing begins. Detachment is the space that allows this vision to open. When you are entangled in craving, the story it tells feels absolute. If only I had this, then I would be whole. If only this happened, then my life would be complete. But detachment steps back and shows you another view. It whispers, this desire is not proof of your lack. It is a signpost. It is showing you where you still feel incomplete. In this light, each longing becomes a teacher. Instead of blindly following it into more grasping, you pause. You ask, what is this desire really pointing to? What is the wound beneath? And in that inquiry, you begin to reclaim yourself. The mirror of desire explains why fulfilled cravings rarely bring lasting peace. If the underlying emptiness is never touched, even when you obtain what you sought, the hunger remains. It may quiet for a moment, but soon another desire rises to take its place. Like waves on the ocean that never stop. Without clarity, you spend a lifetime decorating the surface of emptiness, instead of tending to its depth. Detachment breaks this cycle. It reminds you that no external object can resolve an internal wound. Healing does not come from adding more. It comes from looking directly into the emptiness, from softening the resistance to it, from discovering that the space you feared was not a void, but a doorway. The Buddha taught that craving arises from ignorance, from not seeing clearly. We believe the world outside will mend what feels broken inside. But when you see through this illusion, a shift occurs. Craving itself becomes a teacher. Every longing becomes a doorway into wisdom. And every emptiness, once feared, becomes a space where light enters. Ask yourself gently, what is this longing trying to cover? What wound is it pointing toward? What fear hides beneath this chase? When you inquire in this way, desire shifts its role. It ceases to be a chain that binds you and instead becomes a lantern that guides you inward. It no longer controls you. It reveals where to look. This insight transforms your relationship with yourself. Instead of condemning your desires as weaknesses or flaws, you begin to approach them as signals, messages from the hidden chambers of your being. A desire for endless approval may not be vanity at all, but the echo of a forgotten wound of neglect. A craving for constant busyness may not be ambition, but a way of running from the fear of stillness. A fear that silence might reveal the emptiness you have long avoided. A need to control others may not be true authority, but insecurity in disguise, an unspoken doubt about your own safety and worth. Detachment gives you the space to see all of this without judgment. It teaches you to look at your desires, not as flaws to suppress, but as invitations to heal. Here lies the profound heart of the teaching. Emptiness is not failure. In the Dharma, emptiness is not brokenness, but truth. The truth that nothing has a fixed, independent essence. The emptiness revealed by desire is not proof that you are incomplete. It is a reminder of your fluid and impermanent nature. You cling because you forget this. You believe you are missing some permanent piece, but in reality, nothing is missing. What you feel as emptiness is not a void demanding to be filled with objects. It is spaciousness, an open field waiting to be filled with wisdom, with compassion, with freedom. It is not lack, but possibility. The practice of turning desire into a mirror requires great honesty. When craving arises, instead of rushing to satisfy it, you pause, you breathe, and you ask, what is this really showing me about myself? The longing for luxury may reveal a fear of insignificance, a desperate attempt to prove worth through appearances. The hunger for endless knowledge may reveal insecurity about being enough, a fear that ignorance makes you unworthy of respect. The pursuit of beauty may reveal discomfort with vulnerability, a wish to shield your tenderness behind perfection. Each desire opens a window into your hidden places, and when you view them with detachment, you no longer feed them blindly, you meet them with awareness. And in that awareness, healing begins. This perspective does more than soften your relationship with yourself. It awakens compassion for others. When you see that your own cravings are mirrors of emptiness, you recognize the same truth in those around you. The one chasing wealth may not truly be greedy, but deeply insecure, longing for safety. The one obsessed with attention may not truly be vain, but aching for love that was once withheld. The one clinging to possessions may not be selfish, but terrified of loss, afraid that letting go means vanishing into nothing. When you see this, judgment softens. Instead of resenting others for their desires, you see the suffering beneath them, and from this recognition, compassion arises naturally. You begin to understand that all beings are reaching, grasping, chasing, because they believe these things will finally heal them. And in that moment, your heart opens, because you know their story is not so different from yours. But to heal the emptiness revealed by desire requires patience and courage. It is always easier to chase external objects than to face the raw wound within. Craving distracts you. It gives you temporary relief, a fleeting balm that lets you postpone the encounter with your deeper self. But when you stop running, when you finally turn inward, you come face to face with the emptiness itself. At first, it feels sharp, painful, unbearable, yet within that very pain lies the doorway to liberation. But within that emptiness lies a hidden seed, a quiet possibility that many overlook, the seed of freedom. When you stop running from it, when you sit with it without resistance, you discover something surprising. Emptiness cannot destroy you. What once felt unbearable begins to soften, the sharp edges dissolve, and emptiness itself opens like a vast sky. In that spaciousness, a new kind of peace can take root. Meditation becomes the laboratory for this discovery. It is where you train yourself not to run, not to cling, but simply to watch. As you sit, the stream of thoughts flows endlessly. Memories, fears, and countless desires drift through like clouds. You notice cravings arise, the craving for comfort, the craving for distraction, the craving for recognition. Normally, you would reach for them or push them away, but in meditation, you do neither. You simply observe. Over time, a deeper vision emerges. You begin to see the hidden roots behind the cravings, the fear beneath the hunger for approval, the insecurity beneath the chase for status, the loneliness beneath the longing for love. Meditation slows the process down so you can witness what is usually buried beneath action. And then a profound realization arises. Emptiness does not need to be filled at all. The mind has always told you otherwise, insisting that emptiness is a hole, a wound, a problem demanding solution. Yet when you look directly, you see that emptiness is not a flaw, but a vast openness. It is spacious, infinite, and without demand. It is the natural ground where peace rests, waiting to be recognized. The endless chase does not end because you manage to fill the emptiness, but because you finally realize nothing was ever missing. This is the highest form of detachment, to rest in emptiness without fearing it, to sit in openness without needing to escape. This truth is not only discovered on the meditation cushion, but is reflected in the simplest moments of life. Think back to times when you stopped chasing, even for just a breath, walking quietly with no destination, sitting in silence without distraction, or being with someone without demand or expectation. In those moments, emptiness did not feel like lack. It felt whole, alive, complete. You tasted freedom because nothing more was required. This is not the emptiness of despair, but the emptiness of liberation. What you once thought you lacked was only an illusion created by craving. By learning to use desire as a mirror, suffering itself transforms into a path of wisdom. Each craving becomes an invitation to pause, not to reach outward, but to turn inward. Each longing points to a tender place within you that is calling for compassion. Each pursuit reveals where old wounds still wait to be seen. When you meet those wounds with awareness instead of avoidance, they slowly begin to heal. The old cycle loses its grip. The endless chase loses its power. The inner lack, once so haunting, is now cared for with presence. What once felt like emptiness becomes clarity. And as this way of seeing deepens, life feels lighter. You no longer waste yourself running after shadows. You no longer measure your worth by possessions gained or recognition received. You no longer tremble before emptiness because you see it not as a void, but as the natural ground of being itself. The chasing slows, the heart softens, presence blossoms, compassion grows, and truth becomes the quiet companion of every breath. The mirror of emptiness is not a threat. It is a doorway. It is a gift, this mirror of emptiness. It does not exist to condemn you, but to reveal where healing is needed, to show you the futility of chasing shadows. When you no longer fear what the mirror reflects, something shifts. Emptiness is no longer a hole demanding to be filled, but a space waiting to be embraced. Within that space lies the ground from which wisdom blooms, where compassion naturally flows, where peace quietly arises. And once you begin to live from this place, desire loses its power to rule you. Instead of being your master, it becomes your teacher, guiding you back, again and again, to the freedom that was always within. When you realize that desire is only a mirror for inner emptiness, the question naturally emerges, how then shall I live? If chasing brings suffering, if clinging exposes wounds, then what is the path forward? The answer does not lie in withdrawal, nor in cold indifference. True freedom is not found in shutting life out, but in learning the art of effortless alignment. Taoist philosophy calls this Wu Wei, often translated as non-doing, yet the phrase is easily misunderstood. Non-doing is not laziness, nor passivity, nor apathy. It is not the refusal to act, but the refusal to struggle. It is living in such deep harmony with the flow of life that action arises naturally, without strain, without forcing, without resistance. It is the ease of moving with the current instead of against it. Buddhism echoes this wisdom through the teachings of detachment, patience, and the middle way. Both traditions point to the same truth. The deepest actions do not come from craving or fear, but from clarity and trust. In this space, decisions carry a natural ease, untouched by the restless need to control outcomes. Wu Wei confuses many because non-doing sounds like idleness, but in reality it is the opposite of stagnation. It is a higher form of action, action that is not distorted by desperation, by ego, or by the endless hunger for result. It is when the mind is quiet enough, open enough, that what is truly needed arises on its own. This is why the Buddha spoke of right effort, effort that is balanced, wise, and free from attachment to reward. When you live in alignment with this principle, life no longer feels like a constant battle. You still work, you still create, you still choose, but the movements are fluid, as if carried by a larger rhythm. There is no pushing against the current, no frantic grasping at what is not yet here. Results come in their time, unfolding like blossoms in spring, unhurried, yet inevitable. Detachment provides the mental space for this way of living. For once you are free from clinging, you are free from the desperation that twists action into struggle. Wu Wei is not inaction, it is detachment in motion. It is movement that mirrors the effortless grace of water. The Taoist sage is compared to water, soft yet unstoppable, gentle yet relentless, flowing where it must, without resistance. Water bends around rocks, fills every hollow, and nourishes all it touches, without struggle, without demand. In Buddhism, this same principle is seen in patience, in compassion, in the acceptance of impermanence. The Buddha taught that suffering arises when we resist the truth of change, when we force life to bend to our desires. But peace arises when we align with reality as it is. This is the heart of both paths, to act without forcing, to live without clinging, to flow without fear. When you align with the natural rhythm, life itself carries you forward. The strain disappears the moment resistance is released. What once felt like a battle softens into flow. In daily life, this principle reveals itself again and again. Think of the times you pushed relentlessly for something, forcing outcomes, clinging to timelines, only to leave yourself drained, frustrated, and restless. Now contrast this with the moments when you stepped back, remained attentive, and allowed events to unfold in their own rhythm. Often the results came with surprising ease, as if life itself carried them to you. This is Wu Wei in practice, acting when the moment calls, resting when it does not, and trusting that timing has a wisdom beyond your impatience. Buddhism names this quality Kunti, patience, not the hollow patience of passive waiting, but the deep patience of wisdom. It is the understanding that all things ripen when the conditions are ready, that forcing before the season only bruises the fruit. Wu Wei is also about the purity of intention. When you act from craving, your choices are clouded. They are hurried, restless, and distorted by the pull of, I must have this. But when you act from alignment, the fog lifts. The mind is steady, clear. You respond instead of react. This truth is felt most vividly in meditation. Try to force the mind into silence, and it rebels, writhes, pushes back harder. But sit with gentle awareness, and silence arrives naturally, like a bird landing softly on an open hand. Stillness is not manufactured, it is revealed through release. This is the essence of effortless alignment. Silence is not commanded, it is allowed. This principle also reshapes compassion. Action, born from force, even if cloaked in good intention, carries with it a subtle strain. You may find yourself trying to fix others, to control outcomes, to impose your own version of what is best. But true compassion flows like water. It does not demand, manipulate, or cling to results. It meets suffering with simple presence, responding with care that is natural, not calculated. This is why Buddhist detachment deepens compassion. Once you release clinging, kindness no longer seeks reward or recognition. Compassion becomes Wu Wei in motion, responsive, effortless, without agenda. One of the greatest difficulties of human life is the illusion that we must control everything. We cling to the fantasy of mastery over every outcome, only to find ourselves entangled in struggle. Wu Wei dissolves this illusion. It teaches you that life is interwoven with infinite conditions, most of them beyond your reach. Outcomes do not belong to you alone. They depend on countless threads, the choices of others, the shifting of time, the movements of nature. When you stop forcing, you create space for these conditions to align in their own way. This echoes the Buddhist teaching of dependent origination, that all phenomena arise because of conditions, and nothing exists independently. To live in Wu Wei is to move with this truth rather than resist it. And yet, this does not mean passivity. It is not withdrawal or apathy. To live in Wu Wei is to be deeply engaged, but free from the arrogance of control. The farmer still plants seeds, waters the soil, tends the crops, but he does not demand the harvest appear tomorrow. The healer offers medicine, but trusts the wisdom of the body to restore itself in time. In the same way, you act fully, sincerely, but without clinging to the fruit of your effort. This is the freedom of effortless alignment, where living no longer feels like an endless battle, but like walking with the quiet rhythm of life itself. The teacher shares wisdom, but never forces it into unready hands. Instead, the teacher plants seeds of knowledge and allows the student's readiness, timing, and openness to shape their growth. This is effortless alignment, acting wisely without clinging to immediate results. Buddhism calls this upaya, or skillful means, knowing not only what to share, but when and how, in harmony with the causes and conditions already present. Wu Wei also reveals itself vividly in creativity. Artists often speak of moments when the brush seems to move on its own, when music flows as though the instrument is playing them rather than the other way around. Writers describe words spilling onto the page without effort, as if they are merely channels for something larger. Athletes call this being in the zone, where the body responds with precision speed, and grace beyond conscious thought. These states are glimpses of effortless alignment. They do not arise from strain or control, but from surrender, sinking fully into the moment where action and awareness are no longer divided. Buddhism mirrors this truth through mindfulness. To be fully present is to move without distraction or resistance, to act with clarity and ease. The power of Wu Wei lies in its subtlety. Forced effort burns energy quickly, leaving exhaustion in its wake. Effortless alignment, by contrast, is sustainable because it conserves energy. You are no longer waging war against reality, you are carried by it. This is why patience is honored as a jewel in Buddhism. Patience is not dull, waiting or passive endurance, but wisdom that trusts the unfolding. It is the quiet recognition that everything ripens in its own time, and rushing only bruises what could have matured beautifully. Wu Wei is patience in motion, the graceful dance between stillness and action. Living this way transforms relationships as well. When you force others to meet your expectations, tension builds and conflict takes root. But when you align with another's nature, seeing them as they are rather than as you wish them to be, harmony becomes possible. This is not passivity or tolerating harm. Rather, it is wise responsiveness. You meet people as they are, without the burden of trying to control them, and act with clarity. Detachment frees you from demands, and Wu Wei allows your presence to become a source of peace rather than pressure. Relationships built in this way feel lighter, freer, more authentic, woven with acceptance rather than control. Another dimension of Wu Wei is trust. It invites you to trust the flow of life itself, to believe that what needs to unfold will unfold. This is not blind faith, but a deep understanding of impermanence and karma. You act skillfully, plant good seeds, and then release your grip on the outcome. Wu Wei is this release, the confidence that growth does not require you to pull at the stem, that the flower will bloom when it is ready. Buddhism calls this trust in the Dharma, the truth that life continues its unfolding, whether or not you cling. This trust dissolves fear, because much of human anxiety arises from the attempt to control the uncontrollable. When you no longer resist the rhythm of existence, fear loosens its hold. You act when it is time, you rest when it is not, and you come to trust deeply that what is truly yours cannot be taken, and what is not yours was never needed. This calmness is not cold indifference, nor is it a shutting down of the heart. It is a deep alignment with the flow of things as they are. Fear begins to lose its grip, not because you have conquered it through willpower, but because you are no longer at war with the passing of time, no longer demanding permanence from what is by nature transient. In meditation, this principle becomes visible in the simplest of ways. Breath flows on its own, quiet, steady, alive. If you try to control it, to bend it to your desire, it grows uneven and restless. But if you let it be, if you trust its rhythm, it deepens on its own. The same is true of thoughts. They rise like waves, peak, and then fade away. If you try to chase them off, they scatter and multiply. But if you allow them to come and go without interference, they dissolve naturally into the vastness of awareness. This is the subtle art of non-doing, the wisdom of indirect experience, what the Taoists call Wu Wei, and what the Buddhists echo in the practice of letting go. It is not an abandonment of discipline, but the discovery of a deeper discipline, a discipline that arises from ease, a kind of effort that does not feel like struggle. True alignment never feels forced. It comes when craving and ignorance fall away, and what remains is wisdom, trust, and a natural resting in the way things are. Here, Buddhism and Taoism touch hands. Both teach that peace does not come from conquest, but from harmony, not from controlling life, but from flowing with it. Wu Wei or effortless action is the living expression of detachment. It is what unfolds when the mind no longer clings, when the heart no longer trembles with fear, when action rises naturally from the stillness at the center of being. To live in this way is to find that life itself becomes lighter. Work no longer drains your spirit, for it is done with presence rather than resistance. Relationships soften as the need to control or demand gives way to compassion and understanding. The mind, once agitated, settles quietly into presence. Healing, physical, emotional, spiritual, flows more naturally, as though the body and mind are finally allowed to breathe. Opportunities arrive without being chased, as if life itself opens its hand when you stop tightening your fist. You begin to see with clarity. Life was never meant to be wrestled into submission. It was always meant to be met with trust and openness. Effortless alignment is not rare or mystical. It is the natural state uncovered when craving falls silent. This is the quiet, transformative power of Wu Wei in a Buddhist context. Not the absence of action, but the presence of harmony. Not laziness, but wisdom. Not indifference, but a patience born of clarity. It is the art of letting life carry you, like a river carries a leaf, while still planting seeds of compassion, tending to what is good, and acting with care. It is the living balance of effort and ease, the union of silence and motion, the rhythm of being fully alive without resistance. And when you learn to walk this path, the heavy struggle begins to dissolve. In its place, peace flows into every step, every breath, every encounter. Life becomes lighter, yet in this lightness, another hidden burden quietly comes into view. The unseen weight of expectations. Unlike possessions, which can be set down or given away, expectations cling invisibly to the mind and press subtly against the heart. They are like invisible contracts, agreements we write with the world, with others, and even with ourselves, often without realizing we've signed them. And yet these unseen contracts weigh more heavily than any physical object. Why? Because they bind us to disappointment, to frustration, to restless longing. If attachments tie us to things, expectations tie us to illusions. And illusions are more dangerous than objects because they distort our perception of reality. They blind us to the simple unfolding of life as it is. Expectations sprout quietly from desire, so quietly that they feel natural. You expect others to treat you the way you treat them. You expect effort to guarantee success, kindness to ensure love, sacrifice to deliver happiness. These hopes feel reasonable, almost self-evident, but the world does not operate by private contracts. Life moves according to countless causes and conditions, weaving a tapestry far beyond your control. And when expectation collides with reality, conflict is born. The heart feels betrayed. The mind grows restless, and suffering arises, not because life failed you, but because life never promised what you silently demanded of it. The heavier the expectation, the deeper the wound when it goes unmet. Unlike possessions, which you can set aside with mindful practice, expectations embed themselves inside your assumptions. They bend the way you perceive reality and bind you to suffering before you even realize what is happening. They are subtle, almost invisible threads, weaving themselves into your thoughts, decisions, and emotions. The Buddha spoke often of craving and clinging as the roots of suffering. Yet hidden within craving lies expectation. The moment desire arises, the mind rushes forward to imagine how it should unfold, when it should appear, in what form, and under what conditions. This imagination hardens into prediction, and prediction crystallizes into expectation. When life arrives in a form that does not match the script, pain follows. What we suffer from is often not the event itself, but the gap the space between expectation and reality. That space is where discontent lives. A harsh word pierces less because of the sound of it, and more because it shatters your silent expectation of kindness. A delay in progress feels heavier not because of the time lost, but because it collides with your expectation of speed and efficiency. A relationship feels disappointing not only because of what happens within it, but because of how it diverges from the imagined picture you carried. This weight is heavier than the burden of possessions. For possessions are visible. You can see them, hold them, name them, and eventually let them go. Expectations, by contrast, are internal and often unconscious. They dwell in the background, coloring your perception of every moment. They dictate how you interpret events. They shape your judgments of others. They quietly define the standards by which you measure yourself. To carry expectations is to carry an invisible cage everywhere you go. The bars are not made of steel, but of assumptions about how life should. Among the most subtle and suffocating of these is self-expectation. You expect yourself to be wiser than you are, stronger than you feel, more successful than you have been, less flawed than you appear. These inner demands create a constant sense of insufficiency. Even when you meet a goal or achieve something you once longed for, the mind quickly moves the horizon farther away. The standard shifts. The voice whispers, "Not enough." In this way, no achievement ever truly satisfies. The chase never ends. This inner weight is exhausting, and it drains peace from the heart. Detachment, as the Dharma teaches, is not merely about releasing attachment to possessions. The deeper work is learning to release expectations of yourself. Only then do you discover the freedom of simply being, without the pressure to endlessly become. To meet yourself as you are, without comparison or condition, is a profound act of compassion. Expectations of others are equally heavy, and perhaps even more treacherous. You expect your partner to love you in a way that mirrors your needs. You expect friends to understand you without words. You expect your children to fulfill the dreams you carry. You expect colleagues to respect your effort and notice your contribution. Each of these is a silent contract, a hidden condition you attach to your happiness. And when others fail to meet these unseen terms, resentment grows like a shadow. Yet often they never signed such a contract. They are living their own stories, moved by their own causes and conditions, just as you are. To demand that others conform to your private script is to battle with reality itself. Letting go of these expectations does not mean passively tolerating harm or neglect. It means releasing the burden of insisting that others play roles they never agreed to. In that release, relationships are given room to breathe. Love becomes less about control and more about appreciation. Friendship becomes less about demand and more about understanding. And then there are the expectations you place upon life itself, the broadest, heaviest kind of all. You expect that good deeds will always bear fruit, that kindness will always be repaid, that justice will always prevail, that the path of your days will always be smooth. These hopes seem noble, even righteous. But when life does not align with them, when good efforts are ignored, when kindness is met with indifference, when injustice goes uncorrected, the heart suffers doubly, once from the event itself, and again from the collapse of the silent expectation that life should have unfolded differently. These are noble hopes, radiant in their aspiration, to wish that goodness is rewarded, that kindness bears fruit, that justice prevails. This reflects a heart aligned with compassion. But when these hopes are taken as guarantees, they transform into burdens. They create despair when life, in its vast and uncontrollable unfolding, does not comply with our imagined order. The Dharma reminds us again and again, Impermanence and uncertainty are not flaws in life, but its very nature. To live as though existence owes you certainty, to cling to guarantees where none exist, is to resist the very fabric of reality. Acceptance is not resignation, nor is it cynicism. It is the clear-eyed wisdom that bows to impermanence without bitterness. It is the openness that allows each moment to arrive as it is, without being forced through the mold of expectation. In this way, acceptance does not weaken you, it frees you. It removes the burden of demanding that life meet your terms, and in that release, you discover an ease that control could never give. The greatest weight of expectation lies in its subtlety. You may believe yourself to be detached because your life is simple, your possessions few, your practice is steady. Yet if the mind is still filled with hidden assumptions about how life should unfold, you are not yet free. Attachments are obvious chains, visible, tangible, easier to identify, but expectations are hidden chains. They lie beneath the surface, invisible, but binding, silently shaping your world. These hidden chains block the natural gifts of life, not because life withholds them, but because you do not recognize them. You overlook blessings because they arrive in forms you did not imagine. You miss lessons because they are wrapped in challenge rather than comfort. You wait for one imagined door to open while ignoring the many already standing before you. This does not mean you should live without direction. Life without intention drifts. Intention is the compass, expectation is the shackle. Intention says, I will act with kindness. Expectation insists, others must treat me kindly in return. Intention says, I will walk this path with sincerity. Expectation demands, this path must lead me to specific rewards. Intention is rooted in your freedom to choose. Expectation binds you to outcomes beyond your control. The key to freedom is this. Keep intention alive while letting expectation go. Walk with sincerity, but without clutching to results. When you live this balance, life flows with a natural rhythm. You become like water, directed, but not rigid, purposeful, but not forced. Meditation reveals the truth of expectation. With exquisite clarity, as you sit, thoughts arise not only of craving, but of subtle judgments. My mind should be still by now. My practice should be deeper. I should feel peace. These hidden demands create frustration, as though peace were withheld until conditions are met. Yet when you release even these inner expectations, a quiet realization dawns. Presence itself is enough. Peace does not come from achieving stillness. It comes from dropping the demand that the moment be any different than it is. This lesson extends far beyond the cushion. Freedom is not found in perfecting each moment, but in releasing the insistence that it be perfect. Life does not need to be sculpted into your ideal for it to be complete. Expectations are heavy because they multiply suffering. Pain by itself is sharp, but simple, like a thorn's sting. Expectation adds layers upon layers. This should not have happened. I deserved better. Things must be different. These thoughts weigh more than the original pain itself. They transform a single thorn into a crown of suffering. But when expectation is released, pain returns to its natural size. It may hurt, but it does not overwhelm. The sting of disappointment softens when you no longer demand that reality conform to your script. You learn to meet life directly without the extra weight of should. And in this release, something surprising appears. Gratitude deepens. When you expect nothing, everything becomes a gift. The smallest kindness shines with brilliance. A gentle breeze, a smile from a stranger, the taste of plain water, each becomes precious. Gratitude blossoms, not because life suddenly offers more, but because the mind stops demanding more. The heart opens to what is already here. This clarity is the very opposite of entitlement. It does not measure the ordinary against impossible standards. It welcomes the ordinary as sacred. In this shift, joy emerges not from extraordinary events, but from the simple, unadorned fabric of life. A moment of silence, the warmth of sunlight, the rhythm of breath. Each reveals its quiet perfection when no longer compared to an imagined ideal. This principle extends even into the most intimate dimension of all, your spiritual practice. Many sincere seekers fall into the quiet trap of expectation. They imagine that the path must look a certain way: steady progress, moments of dramatic enlightenment, an unbroken flow of peace, a heart overflowing with constant joy. These expectations, though born from devotion, can become chains when reality does not match the imagined picture, when restlessness arises, when sorrow lingers, when the mind resists, the heart grows doubtful. Discouragement creeps in, whispering that something is wrong, that you are failing, that the path is slipping away. But the Dharma has its own rhythm. It cannot be forced, hurried, or bent to the will of impatience. Wisdom blooms like a flower, not according to your calendar, but in its own season. Sometimes insight comes quietly, without fanfare. Sometimes growth arrives disguised as difficulty, and peace is hidden inside discomfort. Releasing the hidden expectation of how awakening should appear allows the path to open in the way it truly does. You begin to value presence over progress, sincerity over milestones. You discover that being here, fully, is itself the unfolding of practice. Letting go of expectation does not mean abandoning hope or abandoning effort. It means refining both. It is the cultivation of humility before reality itself. You act with clarity, guided by intention. You live with compassion, guided by heart. But you do not bind yourself with demands about how life must respond to your effort. This humility is protective. It frees you from bitterness when life does not bend to your wishes, and it frees you from arrogance when it does. The path becomes less about controlling outcomes and more about participating fully in the great unfolding. The weight of expectation also shapes how you see the future. Constantly expecting, you are pulled away from the living present and tied to a horizon that never arrives. You wait for happiness tomorrow, for fulfillment later, for life to finally begin, once certain conditions are met. But tomorrow is a mirage. It recedes as you approach. The present is the only ground where life can be lived, the only place where peace can be found. To release expectation is to anchor yourself here, where the heart beats, where breath moves, where the gift of life is already complete. When you first begin loosening the grip of expectation, the shift may be startling. You feel lighter, as though a weight you didn't even know you carried has been lifted. This is because expectations operate silently in the background, shaping every perception without asking your permission. To release them is like removing a heavy pack from your back that you thought was part of your body. Suddenly the shoulders drop, the breath deepens, the mind has space, the heart has room to breathe. Life feels less like a burden to manage and more like a gift to receive. This practice is not a single act, but a lifelong unfolding. Expectations will continue to arise, for the mind is conditioned to anticipate, to assume, to imagine how things should be. But with awareness, you can meet them differently. Instead of being trapped inside them, you recognize them as they appear. This is an expectation, not reality. And in that gentle recognition, the weight begins to dissolve. You do not have to crush or destroy expectation. You simply see it clearly and let it go. Each release opens a little more freedom, a little more peace, a little more space for life to arrive as it is. Over time, this becomes the rhythm of your being. The hidden weight of expectation is indeed heavier than possessions, for you cannot simply set it aside by willpower. It must be seen with clarity, understood with patience, and released with practice. But when it is released, even in small moments, the freedom is profound. You discover that life flows more gently when you are not trying to bend it. That joy shines more brightly when it is not chained to conditions. That peace is not far away, waiting in the future, but close, so close that it has always been here, hidden only by the veil of your expectations. When that veil is lifted, what remains is simple, direct, and luminous, the natural ease of being. In this way, releasing expectation is not a loss, but a liberation, the quiet opening of the heart to reality as it is unbound, unforced, and free. When the hidden burden of expectations dissolves, something new and luminous naturally arises in its place. Patience, without the restless pull of things, must happen now. The heart finds room to rest in trust. But patience, as understood in the Buddhist path, is far more than the common idea of simply waiting. It is not a passive sitting through time. True patience is an active strength, a conscious trust in the unfolding of Dharma, a deliberate choice not to be shaken by delay, discomfort, or hardship. It is the stillness that stands unbroken in the midst of storms. Patience is not passivity, it is power. It is the power that comes from seeing reality clearly, beyond the illusions of craving. The Sanskrit word kshanti, often translated as patience, is one of the 6 perfections paramitas practiced by the bodhisattvas, yet its meaning runs deeper than our modern notion of endurance. It carries the qualities of forbearance, tolerance, resilience, and a radical willingness to meet the world exactly as it arrives, without collapsing into anger or despair. It is not about gritting your teeth and waiting for change. It is about opening fully to what is, with a steady confidence that all things arise and pass according to causes and conditions, not according to your craving, not according to your timetable. Patience is difficult, precisely because the mind resists reality. The mind wants things to move according to its will, to unfold at its pace, to match its story. And when that does not happen, agitation arises like a fire. This is why patience is called a perfection, because to truly embody it is to transcend the ordinary reactions of the mind. In anger, you cling to the story that life is unfair. In impatience, you cling to the illusion that you are entitled to a different moment than the one in front of you. But patience dismantles both illusions. It shows you that things take the time they need to take. Seeds sprout in their season, not yours. Healing, growth, transformation, all unfold in rhythms older and wiser than your expectations. To meet them with trust instead of resentment is to live in harmony with truth. Patience, then, is not weakness. It is not surrender to oppression, nor is it indifference to injustice. It is strength of the deepest kind, because it gives you clarity right where anger blinds you and calm where fear constricts you. Anger clouds judgment, fear narrows vision, but patience keeps the heart wide and the mind steady, allowing you to respond with wisdom rather than react from pain. When faced with insult, patience keeps you from striking back in ways that multiply suffering. When faced with hardship, patience keeps you from abandoning the path in despair. This is why Shanti is considered essential for liberation. Without it, every obstacle would send you spiraling into reaction, scattering your energy and clouding your clarity. With it, obstacles become teachers, delays become opportunities, and suffering becomes the ground for compassion. In relationships, patience is often the hidden thread that holds peace together. Expectation that others should always meet your needs, change quickly, or understand you completely creates endless friction. But patience recognizes that people, like seasons, grow in their own time and in their own way, shaped by conditions you may never see. It allows you to support without forcing, to love without demanding, to guide without controlling. This does not mean tolerating harm or abuse. True patience is not submission to suffering that can be prevented, nor is it blind endurance of injustice. Rather, it is the wisdom to discern the difference between what can be changed now and what must ripen in its own time. It is the courage to act where action is needed, and the humility to wait where waiting is wiser. It means responding from wisdom rather than from the reflex of anger. At its highest expression, patience allows you to meet even hostility with compassion, for you see clearly that those who cause harm are themselves caught in cycles of suffering. Their actions arise from ignorance, fear, or pain, just as yours sometimes have. With patience, you do not excuse the harm, but you also do not add more suffering by multiplying hatred. You hold steady, choosing understanding over retaliation. Patience also transforms how you live within time itself. Much of human suffering comes not from what is happening, but from the restless demand that life hurry to meet your desires. You want growth now, healing now, success now, but life does not bloom on command. Seeds sprout only when soil, sun, and rain are ready, not when you demand. The same truth applies to the heart. Spiritual progress has its rhythm. Awakening is not a prize to be seized by force. It is the gradual unfolding of understanding when the conditions of mind and heart have been cultivated with care. Patience allows you to keep practicing with sincerity, without clutching at results. This steady devotion carries more power than restless striving ever could. The Buddha himself praised patience as the highest ascetic practice, even above austerity and deprivation. Where others sought liberation through extremes of denial, he saw that the real test of strength was subtler, the ability to remain steady in the face of pain, insult, and delay, to sit calmly when words cut, to endure hardship without hatred, to walk steadily even when the path stretches endlessly ahead. This is the perfection of shanti. Anyone can appear strong in moments of victory. True strength is the quiet endurance that sustains you through every season, not only the favorable ones. Patience is also a form of wisdom. To be patient is to recognize the law of impermanence. All things, whether joyful or painful, are passing. Anger flares hot, but it burns itself out. Suffering rises sharply, but like a wave, it recedes. No storm lasts forever. With this insight, you can meet difficulty without despair, because you trust its transient nature. You no longer scramble desperately to escape every discomfort in the instant it arises. Instead, you rest in the quiet knowledge that time itself brings change. What feels unbearable becomes bearable because you see it as temporary. Patience does not erase pain, but it prevents pain from hardening into prolonged suffering. In meditation, patience is not just helpful, it is the very foundation of the practice. The restless mind craves immediate silence. The seeker expects calm within minutes. When peace does not arrive on schedule, frustration grows. But meditation itself is the training of patience, the simple, faithful returning again and again to breath, to presence, to awareness without judgment. Progress unfolds not in sudden leaps, but slowly, often invisibly, like water wearing away stone. Without patience, meditation collapses into struggle. With patience, the mind softens, steadies, and eventually opens like a flower in its own time. Patience is also essential for forgiveness. To release anger toward those who have hurt you is not an act of willpower that can be accomplished overnight. The wound may be deep, the trust broken, the scar still tender. Forgiveness cannot be forced, but it can be nurtured gently with patience. Each time anger rises, you meet it without feeding it. Each time resentment returns, you notice it without judgment. Over time, the sharpness fades, not because you forced it to disappear, but because patience allowed it to dissolve in its own rhythm. Forgiveness ripens slowly like fruit on a tree. Impatience picks it too soon, leaving it bitter. Patience waits until the fruit is ready, and in that waiting the heart learns tenderness. In this way, patience does not erase the memory of harm, but it transforms the relationship to it. The wound becomes less a prison and more a teacher, showing you the strength that arises when you refuse to let anger define your life. Over time, the grip loosens. Patience allows wounds to close in their own rhythm, to knit together without being torn open by the hands of urgency. Healing does not need to be rushed, nor does it need to be clung to. In this way, patience becomes compassion applied inward just as much as outward. It is the tender willingness to let your own heart breathe, to let your own mind stumble and rise again without judgment. Spiritual patience is not the shallow waiting of one who sits idly for circumstances to change. It is not the passivity of resignation. It is an active trust, a dynamic surrender. Trust that every small effort matters, even when its fruit is invisible. Trust that wisdom ripens slowly, like fruit in the sun, not according to your calendar, but according to nature's law. Trust that setbacks are not signs of failure, but threads woven into the larger fabric of awakening. Patience is the courage to keep planting seeds, even when you cannot see the harvest. It is the humility to bow before the truth that you are not the master of timing, that the unfolding of Dharma belongs to causes and conditions larger than you. This humility softens the grip of ego, because impatience is always the voice of ego demanding its way. Ego says, now, on my terms, in my image. Patience dissolves this arrogance by surrendering to the rhythm of reality. It bows before the living pulse of Dharma, saying, I will walk steadily, not because I control the road, but because I trust it. There is also the gentler and often harder practice, patience with yourself. Many seekers imagine they are patient with the world, while secretly turning cruelty inward. The harshest expectations are often directed at one's own heart. I should be calm by now. I should be wise by now. I should be free of these flaws already. But human growth is uneven, marked by both breakthroughs and regressions, clarity and confusion. To be patient with yourself is to keep walking without condemnation, to meet your own imperfections with understanding instead of punishment. This patience is the soil in which authentic growth takes root. Without it, guilt and self-criticism choke the spirit. With it, you see yourself not as a failure, but as a work in progress, worthy of compassion at every stage. Patience also expands perspective. When impatience dominates, the mind shrinks to the size of the immediate discomfort. It cannot see beyond the sharp edge of the moment, but patience widens the view. It reminds you of the larger horizon. Difficulties are temporary. Growth requires time. Truth does not reveal itself all at once. With patience, you no longer demand instant resolution. You begin to see the value of process itself. Like a mountain shaped by wind and water, transformation is gradual. This broader vision lightens urgency, and peace naturally arises. The perfection of patience is not accomplished in dramatic tests alone. It is cultivated in the small and ordinary moments. waiting in line, facing a delay, enduring criticism, meeting inconvenience. Each irritation is a training ground. Each pause is an invitation. Instead of reacting with anger, you can breathe, observe, and allow the feeling to pass through without seizing control. Each act of patience is a subtle strengthening of the mind. Over time, what once disturbed you no longer shakes you. This is not repression, it is mastery. In society, patience is often undervalued. The culture glorifies speed, efficiency, and immediate results. Success is measured by how quickly, not how wisely. Yet spiritual patience offers a deeper success. It builds resilience, peace, and clarity. It allows communities to resolve conflict without escalating into violence. It allows people to endure hardship without falling into despair. It allows justice to be pursued without hatred poisoning the cause. A society infused with patience is one where suffering lessens and wisdom deepens. Ultimately, patience is nothing less than trust in Dharma itself. It is the recognition that life unfolds, not according to your cravings, but according to truth. It is the strength to keep walking without rushing, without forcing, without despairing. It is the quiet but unshakable power that allows the heart to remain open, even when storms rage. To cultivate this perfection is to discover that patience is not about waiting for life to improve someday. It is about living fully within life as it is, with steadiness, with trust, with peace. When the mind truly learns patience, when it surrenders the demand for speed and begins to rest in the slow unfolding of Dharma, another subtle trap comes into view, a trap that pulls you away, not only from patience, but from presence itself, the endless grip of what if. Two deceptively small words, yet they carry immense weight. They drag the heart into phantom landscapes, where you replay the past or imagine futures that never arrive. What if it had been different? What if it goes wrong? What if I never succeed? These questions create entire worlds of illusion that feel real, but exist only in thought. The freedom you seek will never be found in those shadows. It can only be discovered here, in the immediacy of this breath, this step, this moment where life is actually lived. The mind drifts easily into what if, as if pulled by unseen tides. You replay mistakes and whisper, what if I had chosen differently? You rehearse lost opportunities and murmur, what if I had tried harder? You clutch regret like a stone in your hand and construct alternate versions of your life where everything turned out brighter, smoother, more complete. Or the mind leaps forward restless and anxious. What if I fail? What if I lose? What if things fall apart? Each of these thoughts builds a phantom world, but none of them exist. They are shimmering mirages, consuming attention while robbing you of the one reality that does exist, the immediacy of this moment. The Buddha described this as part of the wandering nature of the mind. Instead of resting in open awareness, the mind travels endlessly, forward and backward, spinning narratives that fuel craving, aversion, and suffering. When you are caught in what if, you are never free. Regret tethers you to what cannot be changed. Fear ties you to what has not yet arrived, and together they blind you to the stillness, peace, and possibility available only here and now. Freedom begins the moment you see these alternate realities for what they are, shadows on the wall, not the truth itself. When you recognize the dreamlike nature of regret and fear, the hold weakens. You return to presence, where clarity lives. Regret is perhaps the sharpest and most lingering form of what if. It convinces you that joy slipped away forever because of a wrong choice, a failed attempt, or a missed chance. Yet regret rests on the illusion that life could have unfolded in any other way. In truth, each moment arises from a vast web of causes and conditions, far beyond your control. Every decision, every encounter, every turn on the path is shaped by countless factors: your upbringing, your body, the society around you, the weather of the moment, even the breath you drew before you spoke. To believe things should have been otherwise is to deny the law of dependent origination. Life could not have arrived in any other form than the one it did, because it was the precise flowering of everything that came before. Seeing this truth does not absolve you of responsibility, but it dissolves the false belief that clinging to regret can undo the past. The past is sealed, like a footprint in dried clay. The only place where choice is alive is here, in this step, in this breath, in this mind. The most meaningful response to regret is not to rewrite yesterday, but to live more wisely today. Fear is the other face of what if. It projects catastrophe onto the empty canvas of the future. What if I lose? What if I am hurt? What if things collapse? Fearful what ifs consume your strength, keeping you from acting with clarity in the present. They magnify uncertainty into disaster, painting shadows larger than the body that casts them. Yet the future is as empty of fixed reality as the past. It is not yet born. It is like a seed that may sprout or may wither, depending on conditions not yet known. To live in fear of what has not yet arrived is to live in a dream, a nightmare stitched together by imagination. The practice of mindfulness cuts through this illusion. When you anchor yourself in the rhythm of breath, the weight of your body on the earth, the sound of this moment, you see that the feared outcome is not here. The present is always manageable. It is only the imagined future that feels unbearable. The prison of what if is strengthened further by comparison. You look at others and wonder, what if my life were like theirs? You measure your worth against their success, their beauty, their joy, and weave alternate stories where you are someone different, someone more. But comparison is never based on truth. You see only fragments of another's life, the surface presented to you, and then project your own longing upon it. The life you imagine them living is just another illusion. To awaken to this is to release envy, to stop measuring your path against phantoms, and to return to the raw reality of your own journey. The Buddha taught that clinging to thoughts of past and future is itself suffering, because it denies impermanence. The past is gone, dissolved like a dream upon waking. The future is unborn, uncertain, beyond your grasp. Only this breath is real. Only this step is alive. Only this awareness is the ground of freedom. To free yourself from what if is to awaken from the dream of illusion. It is to return to the only place where life truly happens. The immediacy of now. In this presence, regret loses its teeth, fear loses its shadow, comparison loses its weight. What remains is reality, luminous and simple, waiting to be lived. This does not mean turning your back on the past or refusing to look ahead to the future. To release what if is not to ignore history or neglect responsibility. It is to learn from the past without being chained to it, and to prepare for the future without being consumed by it. Lessons remain, wisdom is gathered, plans are made, but the heavy grasp of illusion is loosened. You can carry insight without carrying chains. Healing from what if requires courage, for the mind is addicted to its stories. These stories feel familiar, almost comforting, because they give the illusion of control. The mind whispers, if I replay it enough, maybe it will change. If I rehearse it enough, maybe I will be ready. Yet none of these rehearsals alter reality. It takes strength to pause in the midst of this endless storytelling and see them for what they are, thoughts, not truths. Each time regret or fear rises, the practice is simple yet profound. Pause and ask, is this real now, or is it only thought? This question pierces the illusion. By naming the story, you loosen its grip. By returning to the present, you reclaim your freedom. Over time, the mind grows accustomed to resting in awareness rather than wandering in fantasy. Presence becomes the natural home. Compassion is essential here. Much of the suffering of what if is not just about events, but about the harshness with which you judge yourself. What if I had been wiser? What if I had been stronger? What if I had been more? These questions are daggers turned inward. Compassion answers softly. You did what you could with the understanding you had at the time. Life unfolded as it did, because conditions allowed no other way. This is not an excuse, but a recognition of truth. Forgiving yourself is the soil in which growth can actually take root. To hold the past with gentleness rather than punishment transforms regret into wisdom. Compassion allows you to release the chains of what if and redirect your energy toward healing, learning, and presence. Letting go of what if also deepens relationships. Many conflicts are not sustained by the present moment, but by stories about the past. You replay conversations. What if you had treated me differently? What if I had spoken differently? These rehearsals replay wounds but do not heal them. They prevent reconciliation because you are relating not to the person before you, but to an imagined version of them in your memory. By releasing alternate versions of the past, you open yourself to the living reality of the person as they are now. This openness is fertile ground for healing, for forgiveness, for true connection. It makes space for relationships to breathe. Meditation is the most direct path to freedom from what if. As you sit, the mind will inevitably wander into alternate realities. At first, you may resist. You may try to push them away, but the practice is gentler than that. You observe. There is regret. There is fear. There is comparison. You name it without judgment and return to the breath, to the body, to presence. This repeated returning is not failure. It is the practice itself. Slowly, the mind learns to distinguish between reality and illusion. Slowly, it learns the taste of peace that comes from resting in what is. Each moment of presence is a liberation from countless what-ifs. Life becomes lighter when you stop carrying these phantom worlds. You no longer replay endless scenes of what might have been. You no longer rehearse disasters that may never come. Instead, you live with clarity, responding to the actual moment before you. Energy once trapped in regret and anxiety becomes available for creativity, for kindness, for joy. What once drained you now nourishes you. The freedom beyond what if is not a distant reward. It is available here in the simplicity of presence. Ultimately, the Dharma reveals that what if is only another face of craving. It craves a different past. It craves a different future. It craves a different version of self. But craving is always unsatisfied because it clings to what cannot be. To release craving is to dissolve the illusion that life must be other than it is. Detachment is not coldness but clarity. It shows you that life is enough as it is, imperfect, impermanent, incomplete, yet real. When you release what if, you do not lose possibility. You do not lose hope. Instead, you gain freedom. You gain the power to act wisely in the moment where life actually unfolds. You discover that peace is not hidden in the past you cannot change, or the future you cannot predict. It is here, in the living breath, in the open heart, in the reality that no illusion can replace. You step out of the endless maze of alternate realities and enter the living truth of this very moment. This freedom is the essence of awakening. It is not achieved by rewriting the past or by securing every corner of the future, but by loosening the grip of illusion altogether. When the chain of what if finally falls away, you discover that you were never broken, never incomplete. You were only distracted by shadows that convinced you otherwise. In presence, there is peace, clarity, and liberation. And in that freedom, the heart comes to rest in the only place it was ever meant to rest, here, now, in the simplicity of being. As the mind learns to step beyond the illusions of what if, it begins to perceive another mystery more clearly, the paradox of release. The tighter you cling, the more what you want slips through your grasp. And yet, the moment you surrender, life has a way of returning things to you, often in forms richer, gentler, or more suitable than anything you could have planned. Letting go does not mean neglect, abandonment, or lack of care. It means allowing space for natural return, for the flow of life to move unhindered. The paradox is that release carries its own gravity. When you unclench the fist and open the hand, what belongs to you can circle back, lighter, freer, transformed. Clinging suffocates because it is rooted in fear. When you grip a person, an opportunity, or even an idea too tightly, the energy grows heavy with desperation. That heaviness repels. People sense it as pressure. Situations sense it as force. Even life itself seems to recoil from being cornered. Release shifts the field. In non-grasping, you invite rather than repel. You create a space where life is welcome to enter without coercion. This is why letting go carries an attracting quality. It is not superstition or magical thinking. It is alignment with the natural law of interdependence. When you let go, you stop speaking the language of fear. You stop radiating desperation into each action and word. You no longer distort reality with constant demand. In that stillness, people feel safe in your presence. Opportunities unfold with less resistance. Life flows because you are no longer pushing against it. The very act of non-attachment generates a quiet magnetism. Relationships reveal this principle with striking clarity. When love is clung to, it becomes suffocated with control, tangled in expectations, weighed down by fear. The more you try to hold someone tightly, the more they feel confined. The very thing you fear, losing them, becomes more likely. But release allows love to breathe. Love that is freely given, unchained by grasping, communicates respect, trust, and openness. This freedom paradoxically deepens connection. Sometimes those who drift away even return, not because you pursued or pleaded, but because your openness gave them the space to rediscover their own choice. What returns through release is not forced affection, but genuine connection, born of mutual freedom. This law extends beyond the realm of love. Consider opportunities, dreams, or ambitions. When you chase an outcome with desperation, you may force doors that are not ready to open, wear yourself down, and offer to meet resistance. But when you let go, acting sincerely, working diligently, yet without the fever of attachment, you open space for new paths to appear. Sometimes the very opportunity you thought was lost re-emerges, transformed into something more fitting than before. Letting go does not destroy possibility. It clears the path for alignment with what truly belongs to your life. The Buddha taught that craving is the root of suffering, yet he also revealed that non-attachment brings freedom. What is often misunderstood is that this freedom is not a barren emptiness, not indifference, not withdrawal from love or beauty. Non-attachment is not cold detachment. It is warmth without possession, care without fear, openness without demand. It is the capacity to hold life with open hands, to allow what comes to come and what goes to go, without distorting reality through clinging. Psychology echoes this timeless wisdom. In attachment theory, anxious grasping breeds instability, while secure detachment creates the conditions for closeness and trust. Love flourishes where there is space. Trust grows where there is no constant pressure. Connection deepens where there is freedom to choose. The Dharma mirrors this truth. In non-grasping, heart becomes a sanctuary, not a cage. To let go is not to give up, but to align. It is to recognize that what is meant for you cannot be forced away, and what is not meant for you cannot be forced to stay. Release is not the end of possibility. It is the beginning of true belonging. In energy psychology, desperation carries a frequency that repels, while calm presence radiates safety and draws others in. People may not consciously name this shift, but they feel it. The difference between clinging and releasing is felt in the heart before it is understood in the mind. When you let go, your inner energy shifts from fear into trust. Fear tightens, contracts, and pushes away. Trust opens, relaxes, and invites. Even life itself reflects this shift, because your actions no longer spring from panic, but from clarity, from a steadiness that others recognize instinctively as peace. Letting go does not mean abandoning effort or collapsing into passivity. You still plant seeds, water them, and live fully in each step, but you relinquish the demand that the harvest arrive exactly as you imagine or on the schedule your ego insists upon. This surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It opens doors you could never have forced open with striving alone. Again and again, people discover that once they stop obsessing over a goal, progress begins to move naturally. The long-awaited call arrives only after they release their grip on worry. The creative idea flows once they stop straining to produce it. Healing begins to unfold the moment they stop demanding instant recovery. Release clears the block, because release restores flow. There is also a deeper wisdom hidden in this paradox. So often what you cling to is not yet ready for you, or perhaps you are not yet ready for it. Clinging tries to force timing, to drag the fruit from the tree before it is ripe. Release allows both sides to mature. And when something returns after letting go, it rarely comes back in the same form. It returns reshaped by time, purified by distance, refined by growth. The relationship that once suffocated under the weight of expectation often returns lighter and healthier. The opportunity that once felt out of reach may reappear in a form more aligned with your present needs. The dream that once seemed impossible can arise again with clearer direction and stronger foundation. Release transforms what returns. This principle is woven deeply into the fabric of karma. Forcing interferes with the natural unfolding of cause and effect, creating knots of resistance and delay. Release allows karma to ripen at its own pace, without being tugged prematurely. When you let go, you are trusting the law of interdependence. If the conditions are right, what is meant for you will return. If it does not return, you understand with clarity that it was never yours to hold. Either way, peace is found, not in getting everything you want, but in knowing that what is true cannot be lost. The paradox is that release actually increases the likelihood of return, precisely because it aligns with the natural law, instead of fighting against it. The practice of letting go does not only change your outer life, it transforms your inner state. Clinging breeds restlessness, a constant measuring of progress, a low-level fear of loss that corrodes peace. Release loosens that inner tension. It replaces frantic calculation with calm And calm itself is deeply magnetic. People and situations are drawn to calmness because in a chaotic world, calm feels like safety. Your energy shifts from contraction to openness, and openness is always more inviting than grasping. This truth becomes unmistakably clear in meditation. When you cling to silence, the mind grows noisy. The harder you chase peace, the more agitation arises. But when you release effort, when you simply observe, silence comes on its own. When you stop trying to force stillness, stillness reveals itself naturally. This mirrors life itself. What you try to force resists, and what you release finds its own way back in its own time. Letting go also reveals what truly belongs to you. Not everything you release will return, and this too is part of wisdom. Some things drift away because they were never aligned with your path. While clinging blinds you to this truth, release allows reality to test what is genuine. What stays away was never meant to be carried by you, and what returns is clarified, confirmed, strengthened by distance. In this way, release not only attracts but also illuminates. It reveals the difference between mere attachment and true alignment. The paradox of attraction through release does not invite passivity. It does not ask you to wait idly for life to deliver itself. Instead, it calls for active presence, to love fully, to create sincerely, to work with dedication, yet without binding the heart with fear. You continue to act, but you no longer clutch. You continue to give, but without demand. You continue to dream, but without forcing the outcome. In this way, release is not emptiness, it is trust. And in that trust, life often brings back more than you expected, more than you even knew to ask for. What returns is not the fruit of grasping, but the gift of alignment. What remains is peace, and what opens is freedom. This truth also ripens into a deeper gratitude. When something returns after you have released it, the experience feels like grace rather than entitlement. You no longer take it for granted, as if it were owed to you. Instead, you value it more deeply, because you recognize it could just as easily have remained gone. Release turns return into blessing. Clinging, on the other hand, turns return into burden, into obligation. This shift in perception transforms the way you hold both people and opportunities in your life. You no longer bind them with chains of demand. You cradle them with appreciation. Ultimately, the paradox of letting go is not about manipulating outcomes or finding some secret formula to guarantee return. It is about aligning with reality as it is. You cannot command what will come back, but you can free yourself from the suffering that comes with clutching and resisting. And in freeing yourself, you create the spaciousness through which return becomes possible. Letting go attracts not by force, not by desperate effort, but by resonance. What resonates with your true path circles back naturally, not as something you own, but as part of the unfolding of your journey. The wisdom here is simple, but profound. Release does not mean loss. Release means trust. And in that trust, life has room to move, to breathe, to surprise you with what belongs to you in truth. What you let go of may return, perhaps transformed into something lighter and clearer, or it may not return at all. Either way, you remain free, and freedom itself is the greatest gift. Because in freedom you discover that everything you truly need will arrive at the moment it is meant to. Nothing is missing, nothing is late. From this understanding of release, another truth quietly emerges, the truth of timing. Much of human suffering arises not only from clinging, but from believing life is either running ahead of you or slipping past you. The fear of being too late, the pressure of being too early, the panic that you have missed your only chance. These weigh more heavily than the events themselves. Yet the Dharma gently teaches that timing is never wrong. Nothing that belongs to your path can arrive too late, and nothing that is not yet ready can be forced to arrive too early. The Buddhist view of timing dissolves the myth of missed opportunities and replaces it with trust in the unfolding of causes and conditions. The Pali phrase Kalana Dhammasaka, often translated as discussing the Dharma at the right time, points to this wisdom. Its meaning extends far beyond words and conversation. It reflects the recognition that life itself unfolds in rhythms. Just as the sun rises when dawn ripens, and not a moment sooner, so too do the conditions of our lives mature in their own season. To act out of harmony with these rhythms creates struggle. To act in harmony with them brings peace. Timing, from the Buddhist perspective, is not about luck, chance, or destiny in the ordinary sense. It is about ripening. When causes and conditions align, results appear as naturally as fruit falling from a tree when it is ready. When conditions are not yet ripe, forcing only creates frustration and suffering. Understanding this dissolves much anxiety. What has not yet arrived is not late. It is simply unripe. Like a green fruit on the branch, it cannot nourish you until its time has come. The obsession with being early or late often arises from comparison. You look at the lives of others and imagine you are behind, that you have wasted time, or that you must catch up to some invisible clock. But each being walks a path shaped by unique karma, unique conditions, and unique choices. To measure your timing against another's is to overlook the truth of your own unfolding. The flower does not compare its blooming to the tree. The river does not resent the mountain for being still. All flow according to their nature, and each in its own season. A flower does not bloom too late simply because another blossomed earlier. Each opens in its own season, untouched by comparison. The Dharma reminds us that your life unfolds in the same way. When this truth is seen clearly, the race against illusions of time falls away. Nothing in your journey is ever wasted, even when it appears delayed. A goal unreached in the moment you desired may not have been failure at all, but preparation. A relationship that ended before you felt ready may not have been pure loss, but a clearing of space so new growth could take root. A dream postponed may not have been denial, but alignment with conditions you were not yet able to perceive. The Buddhist view of timing teaches that every step belongs, even those that appear to be detours. What looks late or early from the narrow vantage of the self is simply part of a larger pattern of causes and conditions unfolding beyond your limited sight. Anxiety about missed opportunities dissolves when you recognize impermanence. Every opportunity is fleeting, but life continuously offers new ones. To cling to the belief that a single chance has been lost forever is to misunderstand the abundance woven into Dharma. The universe does not open only one door. It opens countless doors, each leading to its own lessons. When one closes, another arises, not as compensation, not as reward, but because impermanence itself guarantees constant change. Nothing is too late because new conditions are always forming. Right timing, however, requires patience. The mind bound by craving demands instant results. It wants blossoms without waiting for the seasons, fruit without the slow maturing of the tree. But reality ripens in its own rhythm. The Buddha compared this to planting seeds. However much you water and nourish the soil, the sprout emerges only when the conditions are ready. To declare the sprout late is to misunderstand the process. The same is true of your own inner unfolding. Wisdom ripens gradually, not suddenly. Healing unfolds layer by layer. Understanding deepens over years of experience, reflection, and letting go. To accept this truth is to embrace the peace of patience. This principle transforms the way you view setbacks. What feels like delay may actually be protection. What feels like a missed opportunity may in fact be alignment with something greater waiting ahead. The Dharma does not encourage blind optimism. It points to clarity in cause and effect. When something has not arrived, it is not punishment or neglect. It is simply the reality of conditions not yet ready. Seeing this softens despair because you no longer read every delay as a personal failure. Instead, you see it as the rhythm of life, guiding you toward what is truly meant to unfold. Even the passage of age becomes lighter when seen through this lens. The fear of being too old or too young dissolves when you realize that timing is not measured by the clock of society, but by the readiness of your heart and mind. Some awaken in the freshness of youth, others in the quiet of old age, and both are complete. The Dharma is not bound by calendars. It is available at every stage of life. Enlightenment does not expire. Wisdom carries no deadline. To believe you are late in life is to impose a false timeline upon yourself. In reality, every moment is equally alive, equally sacred, equally valid as a point of awakening. Right timing also applies to speech and action. The Buddha taught that words spoken at the wrong time can wound, while those same words spoken at the right moment can heal and liberate. An action taken too soon before conditions support it may collapse under its own weight, but action taken in harmony with the unfolding of causes and conditions bears fruit with ease. Timing does not only shape destiny, it shapes the very quality of our relationships, our choices, our steps along the path. To live with awareness of timing is to move like a dancer with the music of reality, never ahead, never behind, but in rhythm with what is. To live with awareness of timing is to cultivate a subtle sensitivity to the movement of life itself. It is learning to feel the undercurrents that guide when it is time to wait and when it is time to release. This sensitivity is not superstition or blind faith. It is mindfulness refined into attunement. It is like listening closely to music. The pause is as important as the note, the silence as essential as the sound. Meditation trains this sensitivity on a small but profound scale. When you sit, impatience often stirs. I should be calm by now. Insight should have come already. Yet calm arises only when conditions allow, and insight blooms only in its own rhythm. Each breath itself is a teaching in timing. Inhale when the body calls. Exhale when it releases. You cannot rush the inhale any more than you can hold back the exhale forever. The body knows its rhythm without consulting the mind. Trusting this is practice for trusting life. Freedom is born the moment you no longer view your journey as arriving too late or too early. You recognize that everything has unfolded exactly as it could, given the conditions that shaped it. This does not strip you of power. It redirects your power into the only place it truly lives, here and now. You cannot reorder the past, nor dictate the future, but you can plant seeds in the present, cultivate causes, and trust that fruits will ripen when the season is ready. This trust is not passive resignation. It is active wisdom. It liberates you from the anxiety of demanding that life match the timetable of your desires. The paradox is that when you release this anxious grip on timing, you often find yourself moving more fluidly with timing, without desperation. The subtle opportunities you once overlooked reveal themselves. Without the heavy pressure of too late, you step through doors you would have hesitated to enter. Without the arrogance of too early, you prepare patiently and thoroughly until readiness matures. Letting go of the illusion of wrong timing is precisely what allows you to meet right timing more fully. In this way, the Buddhist view of timing is not about waiting passively for destiny, but about dissolving the illusion that destiny can arrive off schedule. The Dharma teaches that all things arise when causes converge with conditions. No sooner, no later, nothing appears before its time, nothing lingers beyond its appointed stay. When this truth settles into the heart, life begins to soften, anxiety fades, because you no longer measure your days against the false clocks of comparison or crave. Instead, you rest within the rhythm of truth, where every moment belongs exactly where it is. And yet, as this wisdom deepens, another layer becomes clear. Much of our suffering is not born of events themselves, but of our relentless attempts to force life into shapes it was never meant to take. The obsession with being ahead or catching up drives us to push, to grasp, to demand outcomes before they are ripe. But this forcing carries within it a subtle violence. It is not the obvious violence of fists or weapons, but the quieter harm of resisting reality. It is the internal friction that arises when willpower tries to dominate the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. This inner violence leaves its traces. It drains vitality, clouds judgment, and erodes peace. The violence of forcing is deceptive because it often wears the mask of discipline, ambition, or strength. You tell yourself, I am determined. I am shaping my destiny. But beneath this story, the body tightens, the breath grows shallow, the heart grows rigid. What seems like strength may actually be fear disguised as control. The willpower that forces is not guided by wisdom, but driven by craving. It demands harvest without planting, arrival without journey, results without readiness, and in its refusal to listen to the rhythm of life, it closes the very doors it hoped to open. And each time the mind falls into this habit of forcing, it leaves behind small wounds. Wounds of exhaustion that hollow out the body, wounds of disappointment that cloud the heart, wounds of quiet despair that whisper you are never enough. In Buddhism, this is the distinction between right effort and wrong effort. Right effort is the steady flame. It does not burn too fast, nor does it flicker out. It is aligned with the Dharma, balanced, purposeful, sustainable. It works in harmony with conditions instead of fighting against them. Wrong effort, by contrast, is the fire of craving. It flares up with urgency, fueled by ignorance. It seeks to bend reality into shape instead of listening to its natural form. Wrong effort may deliver temporary results, but at the cost of long-term peace. Its victories are brittle, its gains are heavy. This subtle violence is not only against yourself, it radiates outward, touching others. Forcing outcomes often means pressuring people, manipulating situations, or ignoring natural boundaries. In relationships, this is painfully clear. When you try to force someone to stay, to love you in the way you demand, or to fulfill the image you hold of them, you may succeed for a time. Perhaps they comply, perhaps they bend under persuasion or fear of loss, but the connection becomes strained. The energy between you is no longer alive. It is tense, heavy, covered in threads of control. Forcing may create obedience, but it can never create genuine love. The subtle violence lies in denying the other their freedom, and at the same time, denying yourself the peace that comes with acceptance. In personal growth, forcing appears as impatience with yourself. You demand instant transformation, immediate wisdom, flawless discipline. You push through fatigue, ignore your emotions, scold yourself for being human. On the surface, this may look like dedication, but beneath it lies self-violence. The Dharma does not unfold in straight lines or quick leaps. Its rhythm is patient, like rivers carving valleys. Forcing misunderstands this truth. Real transformation arises from gentle, consistent practice, not from waging war on your own humanity. The body knows this violence. It remembers. Stress gathers in muscles like stones. Breath grows shallow, sleep breaks, illness arises when the mind commands more than the body can sustain. Entire lives are burned in the fire of forced productivity, driven by the illusion that worth equals output. Here the violence is subtle but profound. The nervous system never rests, the heart never unclenches, and the body pays the silent price. Letting go of forcing is not laziness. It is wisdom. It is working with balance, honoring the body's limits, and trusting that effort aligned with truth is stronger than frantic pushing. When effort is guided by wisdom, it becomes sustainable. It nourishes instead of depleting. Forcing outcomes also creates friction with reality itself. The Buddha taught, all things arise when conditions are ripe. Forcing does not accelerate ripening, it distorts it. It is like prying open a flower before its time. You do not reveal beauty, you destroy it. Life is no different. Push too hard for results before conditions are ready, and you damage the natural unfolding. The violence here is against truth itself, as if your will could overpower impermanence and interdependence. This friction extends into the mind. Forcing breeds conflict between what is and what you demand. The harder you push, the stronger reality resists. The result is agitation, anger, despair. Instead of moving with life, you live in battle against it. And this is a war no one can win, because reality does not yield to willpower. The subtle violence lies in refusing to see this, in bruising your own heart again and again against the unyielding walls of truth. Even the path of practice can be wounded by forcing. Many practitioners eager for enlightenment drive themselves with rigid discipline, expecting visions, bliss, or powers as reward. They measure themselves constantly, judge their progress, despair when results do not appear. But this very grasping blocks the insight they seek. A mind that forces cannot see clearly. The subtle violence here is against the spirit itself. For the path is meant to bring freedom, not new chains of craving. And so, the irony, forcing often delays what you desire. The more you push, the more resistance you create. Like trying to clutch water, the tighter you squeeze, the faster it slips through your fingers. When you grasp, your vision narrows. You become so fixated on the one path you demand that you miss the countless openings around you. The opportunity may be within reach, yet you overlook it because your eyes are locked on controlling a single outcome. This is the blindness of grasping, an obsession that shrinks the horizon of possibility. When you release forcing, clarity returns. The fog of desperation lifts. Suddenly, you see options you had ignored, pathways you had dismissed, support you had overlooked. Results that once felt blocked begin to arrive more smoothly, as though life itself softens in response to your openness. The paradox is profound. Non-forcing often achieves more than forcing. Why? Because it moves in rhythm with conditions rather than against them. It does not tear at the stream, but flows with it. The Buddha himself modeled this wisdom. Before enlightenment, he practiced extreme asceticism. He started his body, denied it rest, and drove it into weakness and near death, believing that by crushing every need, he could conquer craving. But he discovered that this forcing was not freedom. It was another form of violence. It was simply the other extreme, the mirror image of indulgence. He abandoned it and embraced the middle way, a path where effort is balanced, sustainable, and conscient. Enlightenment came not through force, but through alignment. His life is the clearest testimony that forcing outcomes leads to suffering, while harmony with conditions leads to liberation. The subtle violence of forcing is also emotional. Each time you demand that life be different, You deny yourself the compassion of presence. You reject your current state, declaring it unworthy, insufficient, not enough. This rejection creates inner conflict, a war within. Instead of nurturing yourself, you exile yourself. Over time, this division creates a loneliness, even in the heart, that beats within your own chest. Letting go of forcing means embracing yourself as you are, while still walking the path of growth. It does not mean complacency. It means growth nourished by kindness instead of driven by rejection. It is self-acceptance as the soil and self-compassion as the water in which transformation takes root. True healing never grows from self-condemnation. It grows from gentleness. Socially, forcing creates harm on larger scales. Leaders who impose agendas without alignment with the natural unfolding of conditions sow division and conflict. Societies that demand relentless productivity at the expense of human well-being reap fields of burnout, inequality, and despair. Even reforms born from good intentions, when forced without patience for natural adaptation, create backlash and resistance. The wisdom of the Dharma that harmony outlives force applies not only to individuals but also to families, to communities, to nations. Forcing creates friction everywhere. Alignment creates trust, balance, and peace. To release forcing is not to abandon effort. It is to replace struggle with skillfulness. It is to act when clarity is present, to wait when timing is not ripe, to move with precision instead of desperation. This shift requires humility, because the ego thrives on control. To stop forcing is to admit you are not the master of all conditions. It is to bow to the larger rhythm of life, to acknowledge the vast web of causes and conditions that shape every moment. This humility is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the strength to let truth be bigger than your will. Meditation again reveals this lesson with unshakable clarity. When you force the mind into silence, it rebels with noise. When you allow thoughts to arise and pass without clinging, silence comes naturally. When you force the breath into rhythm, it grows uneven and strained. When you simply observe, the breath finds its own depth and steadiness. This is the daily teaching. Force creates friction. Release creates peace. The path forward is not about eliminating effort, but transforming it. It is not about abandoning discipline, but about softening into right effort. It is learning to work with life rather than against it, to meet conditions with wisdom rather than demand they meet you. In this shift, effort ceases to wound. It becomes nourishment. It becomes the quiet power that carries you, not through the violence of forcing, but through the harmony of alignment. Right effort is gentle yet unwavering, steady without strain. It is powerful without harshness, resilient without violence. This is not the effort of fear, nor the struggle of insecurity. It is effort born of reverence for truth, nourished by love of the path itself. Such effort does not wound, it heals. It does not drain, it sustains. It is like a river, strong in its movement, yet soft in its touch, carrying life forward without force. When you live with this kind of effort, progress ceases to feel like conquest. It feels like unfolding. Relationships become freer because you no longer demand others to move at your pace. The heart grows lighter because it is no longer weighed down by insistence. The subtle violence of forcing dissolves in the presence of trust. Trust that life has its rhythm. Trust that your sincere actions are enough. Trust that what is meant to ripen will ripen in its season. This trust softens the heart, relaxes the body, and clears the mind. It allows you to walk the path, not with tension, but with peace. Forcing is a form of violence because it denies reality, but release is a form of healing because it accepts reality as it is. To let go of forcing is to stop harming yourself, to stop fighting the Dharma, and to begin moving in harmony with it. And in that harmony, you realize that peace was never about bending life to your will. Peace is the fragrance of life, when allowed to reveal itself untouched. When the harm of forcing becomes visible, the heart naturally turns toward a softer way of being, one that does not wound but heals, one that does not bind but frees. It is here that detachment matures into compassion. Letting go no longer feels like loss. It feels like love in its truest form, a love that does not clutch, does not demand, does not turn the beloved into possession, a love that flows like water, nourishing whatever it touches, needing nothing in return. To love without owning is not lesser love. It is deeper, purer, enduring, for it rests on freedom, not fear. The ordinary way of loving is often tangled with grasping. You hold someone tightly because you dread their departure. You attach conditions to your affection. You equate love with control. This kind of love may feel fiery, but beneath its surface lies anxiety. The more you cling, the more fragile the bond becomes. The more you own, the more you fear being robbed. When detachment enters, fear loosens its grip. You still care, you still give, but the heart no longer cages what it loves. This spaciousness allows compassion to blossom. Compassion is love expanded, love that sees beyond self-interest. Where craving once asked, "How will this person satisfy me?" compassion asks, "How can I ease their suffering?" This shift transforms connection. Relationships that once strained under ownership become light because they are no longer burdened by conditions. Detachment does not weaken bonds, it strengthens them because the foundation is freedom. To love without grasping is not withdrawal. It is not indifference. It is the most intimate respect. It is to care fully while allowing the other to be fully themselves, to change, to grow, even to leave without making their choices a threat to your worth. Where there is no control, there is safety. Where there is safety, there is trust. Where there is trust, love endures. Even pain transforms in the presence of this kind of love. Loss is still felt, but it no longer destroys. Grief remains, but it does not collapse you. Instead of demanding permanence, you honor impermanence. You grieve with open eyes, honoring what was without insisting it should remain. In this way, sorrow itself becomes fertile, deepening the soil of the heart. Compassion then extends to yourself as well. You forgive yourself for not being able to hold on. You release guilt for not being able to control. You see impermanence, not as cruelty, but as the very texture of existence. And from this, seeing, your capacity to love only grows. The heart no longer fears its own tenderness. It learns that every ending is also a widening, every letting go an opening into greater love. The Buddha often reminded us that true love is not built on possession, but on the wish for others to be free from suffering. This wish does not depend on whether they meet your needs, whether they stay, or whether they return your affection. It is unconditional, vast, and natural to the heart when freed from craving. Detachment makes this possible because it removes the veil of grasping. In its place arises compassionate love that whispers, "May you be well, may you be free, may you be at peace, whether or not you walk beside me." Such love may seem rare, yet it is not extraordinary. It is simply love released from the cage of ownership. It is love returning to its original form, open, unbound, and inclusive. When craving drops away, the heart's natural radiance shines. This kind of love dissolves conflict. Much of the tension in relationships is not born from genuine care, but from demands, expectations of behavior, promises of permanence, illusions of control. When these demands are loosened, peace replaces conflict. You can listen without defensiveness. You can give without manipulation. You can forgive without keeping score. Compassionate love is resilient because it does not depend on conditions. It remains steady through change because it rests on freedom rather than control. Parents often touch this love. To raise a child is to guide, nurture, and then let go, to allow them to walk their own path. Clinging creates rebellion or dependence, but compassion creates growth. What is true for parenting is true for friendship, for partnership, for community. To love without owning is to give the greatest gift possible, the gift of freedom, and in return, trust and gratitude bloom more deeply than control could ever produce. Detachment that blossoms into compassion also transforms your relationship with yourself. So often you treat yourself as property, demanding perfection, punishing flaws, trying to control every outcome. But when attachment to a fixed identity softens, compassion turns inward. You forgive your mistakes. You welcome your imperfections. You allow yourself to grow instead of forcing yourself into an ideal. The way you love yourself inevitably radiates outward, shaping the way you love others. Even spiritual practice evolves in this way. Many seekers begin with attachment to enlightenment, clutching at peace or wisdom as if they were prizes to be won, but practice itself dissolves this grasping. Over time, the path shifts from how can I escape suffering to how can I help alleviate suffering everywhere it appears. Detachment clears the soil, and in that space, compassion sprouts and grows into the bodhisattva vow to live not for oneself alone, but for the liberation of all beings. Here lies the paradox. Detachment, which many fear will weaken love, actually deepens it. Possessive love fades with change, but compassionate love endures through every change. It can hold both joy and sorrow, presence and absence, gain and loss, without breaking, for it is not tied to outcomes. It is grounded in freedom. This love is expansive. Strangers enter your circle of care. Enemies soften in your vision, seen not as threats, but as fellow sufferers of impermanence. Animals, forests, rivers, and even the earth itself receive your attention, for love released from self-clinging cannot be confined by boundaries. Compassion flows endlessly outward because it no longer clings inward. Detachment, then, is not the end of love, but its highest flowering. When you let go of ownership, love ceases to be transaction and becomes a way of being. To love without owning is to embody the very freedom you wish for yourself and for others. It is to walk in the world with an unchained heart, offering care without fear, generosity without demand, presence without possession. This is the strongest love. It cannot be broken by time or loss, because it does not grasp. It heals because it does not wound. It liberates because it does not imprison. It endures because it is free. This is the love the Dharma calls us toward. Love unchained. Love that breathes as compassion without end. When clinging loosens its grip and the hand opens, what flows out is not emptiness, but abundance, an endless stream of care. Yet, even as ownership falls away, another hidden thread reveals itself, the deep craving for control. This craving runs quietly through nearly every thought. Even when we stop trying to possess people or objects, the mind still reaches to direct outcomes, to shape reality according to its preferences, to manage the unpredictability of existence. Control feels like protection, as though by tightening our grip we could keep ourselves safe. But the truth revealed in Dharma is the opposite. Control is the most subtle and stubborn attachment, and it binds us not to safety but to fear. The desire for control arises from uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, change is relentless, and impermanence is constant. The mind grows restless in the face of this truth and begins building strategies to shield itself. We plan, we schedule, we create rules and routines. We make vows to ourselves and promises to others, believing that if we hold tightly enough, life will behave. But life is not a servant to our designs. It unfolds through infinite conditions, most of them far beyond our reach. The harder we tighten our grip, the more fragile we feel, because reality will not stay in the shape we demand. This is why control is such a powerful attachment. Possessions can be lost, people can walk away, and we recognize these as attachments when they cause us pain. But control disguises itself more cleverly. It wears the mask of responsibility, of discipline, of strength. We call it management, foresight, or leadership. These qualities can indeed be skillful when guided by wisdom, but when driven by fear, they harden into prisons. Control whispers, if only you plan perfectly, nothing can hurt you. Yet clinging to control does not prevent pain, it multiplies it, because every disruption feels like failure, every change feels like betrayal. In relationships, this illusion is especially destructive. Control often hides under gentler names: care, guidance, protection. But when you begin to dictate how another should act, think, or feel, you are no longer holding love. You are holding fear disguised as love. The one who is controlled feels trapped, and the one who controls is plagued with frustration when reality refuses to obey. True compassion cannot coexist with control, because compassion gives space, while control suffocates it. Control also distorts how we see ourselves. The ego thrives on the illusion of mastery. It claims ownership of every success. I did this, I made this happen. And when things collapse, the ego is shattered, because failure threatens its identity as the author of life. Yet in truth, no outcome belongs entirely to us. Every result is the child of countless causes. Our effort, yes, but also timing, conditions, the choices of others, even the turning of seasons and movements of stars. To believe you are in full control is to deny interdependence. To surrender this illusion is to see clearly you are a strand in a vast web, woven with everything else, not the sole author of your story. The suffering of control reveals itself in the small irritations of daily life. The traffic that does not move when you demand it to, the weather that ignores your plans, the friend who acts in ways you wish they would not. Each irritation is a small collision between the mind's desire for command and the truth of impermanence. The more you resist, the deeper the suffering grows. But when you pause, when you breathe and recognize, reality does not belong to me, peace arises, acceptance loosens the knot, the irritation dissolves into clarity. This is simply life as it is. Even spiritual practice can be entangled with control. Many enter meditation, hoping to force silence, to demand insight, to bend the mind into stillness. But forcing is itself the obstruction. True meditation is surrender, not command. It is the gentle act of sitting with what arises, thoughts, feelings, restlessness, without trying to trap or banish them. Slowly, naturally, the mind begins to settle. Silence arrives, not because it was forced, but because control was released. This is why the Buddha emphasized surrender again and again. The Dharma cannot be mastered through control. It can only be entered through letting go. Control also sharpens suffering in times of pain. When loss arrives, the illusion whispers, "This should not have happened. You should have prevented it." When grief comes, regret arises, blaming the self for not having managed better. But loss is not proof of failure. It is proof of being alive in an impermanent world. Suffering does not mean you failed to control life. It means you are living the very truth the Buddha pointed to. To surrender control is not passivity. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or refusing to act. It means acting with sincerity, with effort aligned to wisdom, while releasing the demand that life obey. It means planting seeds and caring for them, but trusting the rain, the soil, the seasons, and time to ripen them. It means walking the path with humility, knowing you are a participant in life, not its root. To see this is to soften self-blame. To accept this is to stop waging war against what was never yours to command, and to turn instead toward meeting life as it is, with compassion rather than resistance. For the illusion of control does not just trouble the individual heart, it expands outward into the collective world. Nations seek to dominate one another. Governments impose their will on people. And organizations cling to power as though permanence could be forced into existence. Individuals, too, project their fear outward, pressing their demands upon families and communities. And yet, on every scale, the tightening grip of control breeds the same result: cycles of resistance, conflict, and suffering. The Dharma points to another truth: interdependence. No person, no nation, no institution stands apart. Everything is woven into a web of causes and conditions, threads crossing threads in a fabric too vast to hold in one hand. Control ignores this truth, and therefore, control is always destined to collapse. The stronger the grasp, the harder and more painful the fall. History itself is a record of failed attempts at domination. Empires built on fear, leaders intoxicated with power, systems rigid with control, all crumbling to dust when impermanence reclaimed its due. To surrender control is not to abandon responsibility, nor to retreat into passivity. It is to engage with clarity while accepting that impermanence is law. You still plant seeds, nurture relationships, fulfill your duties, but you do so without demanding that outcomes obey your will. This is humility before reality. It is bowing to the vastness of life and admitting, no matter how strong my plans, no matter how careful my strategies, I am not the master of all conditions. Surrender, then, is not weakness. It is wisdom made visible. The body itself reveals this difference. When the mind clings to control, the muscles tighten, the breath grows shallow, the heart beats with unrest. But when surrender is tasted, the body softens, the breath flows deeper, and the heart finds its rhythm in calmness. One state consumes energy, the other restores it. In this way, surrender is not passivity, but an active form of wisdom, a way of conserving strength for what truly matters, instead of scattering it on impossible battles. And something miraculous happens. When control is released, space opens. Control narrows vision, locking the mind onto a single outcome, often blinding us to the many paths already waiting nearby. Surrender, by contrast, widens vision. It broadens the field of possibility, revealing options and insights that forcing would have concealed. It is often in moments of letting go that creativity awakens, discoveries unfold, and connections blossom. Life flows more smoothly where there is space, just as water finds its course where resistance gives way. The deepest surrender is surrender to Dharma itself. Dharma is not an abstract law, but the living reality: impermanence, interdependence, cause and effect. To cling to control is to deny this law, to believe that willpower can overturn truth. But to surrender to Dharma is to live in alignment with what already is. It is to stop struggling against change, to stop pretending you are separate from the web of being, to stop clinging to outcomes that never truly belonged to you. This surrender is liberation, For when you no longer demand control, what remains to disturb you? The illusion of control is the ego's final fortress, its last defense against reality. To dismantle it is to walk freely beyond the walls of fear. Security is discovered not in bending reality, but in trusting it. Peace arises not from dominating conditions, but from aligning with them. Love flourishes not in ownership, but in compassion. Wisdom matures not through domination, but through surrender. And when this surrender is lived, life itself becomes lighter. Storms of change lose their threat. The uncertainty of the future becomes a space of openness, not dread. No longer are you wasting energy trying to hold what can never be held. Instead, you walk with ease, you act with clarity, and you trust the unseen rhythm of Dharma to carry you forward. In this trust, you discover that surrender was never a loss at all. It was freedom, quiet, radiant freedom, all along. When the illusion of control loosens its grip, the heart opens to another dimension of liberation. The stillness that comes when striving ends. Once you stop believing that peace is earned by managing every detail, you begin to glimpse a deeper truth, that silence itself is alive with wisdom, a wisdom that striving can never produce. Silent trust is not a form of doing nothing. It is resting so fully in alignment with reality that life itself unfolds without the need for constant interference. This stillness speaks louder than frantic words and carries more strength than restless action. Striving may look powerful, but beneath its surface lies exhaustion, a racing mind, a tensed body, a restless heart. Silent trust, however, is rooted in abundance. It sees that reality is already in motion. There is nothing to drag forward, only a deeper listening to the unfolding present. Meditation is the clearest mirror of this truth. You sit, you breathe, you observe. Thoughts rise and fall, emotions swell and fade. When you do not grasp, when you do not resist, a quiet strength reveals itself. The mind steadies, the heart softens, the body relaxes. This silence is not emptiness in the sense of lack. It is fullness, presence, completeness, a depth so whole that nothing needs to be added. From this stillness, insight appears like ripples across still water, requiring no force, no command. The strength of silent trust shines in non-reactivity. When insulted, you do not burn with defense. When threatened, you need not strike back. When praised, you do not cling to approval. Without reactivity, you are free. You hear words without being bound by them. You witness events without being enslaved to them. This is not weakness, it is mastery. It is the strength to respond wisely instead of reacting blindly. And though the world often mistakes silence for passivity, in truth silence can be the most powerful statement of all. To meet anger with calm, to meet chaos with composure, to meet uncertainty with stillness. These actions shift the energy of situations more profoundly than arguments, persuasion, or force ever could. For silent trust is not inaction. It is action without struggle, movement without friction. It is the quiet refusal to be pulled into the endless cycles of fear and craving that dominate so much of human life. In relationships, silent trust creates depth. Words are necessary, yes, but words alone cannot carry the weight of true connection. Constant explaining, defending, demanding, or proving does not build closeness. It slowly erodes it, as though drilling holes into the vessel meant to hold love. Yet when two people can sit together in silence without discomfort, when presence itself is enough, it shows a bond that has grown beyond the need to grasp or to reassure. Trust does not always need to be spoken aloud. Sometimes the absence of reaction speaks more truth than the loudest declarations of loyalty. Detachment makes this possible, for detachment is not coldness, but freedom from clinging to control or outcome. Compassion deepens it, for compassion is the willingness to be fully present without imposing your will upon another. Together, detachment and compassion give birth to the strength of silent trust. Silent trust also transforms how you experience time. Striving constantly rushes you forward, impatient for results, hungry for closure, desperate for guarantees. But silence anchors you in the only place life ever truly unfolds, the present. This anchoring does not mean abandoning effort. It means that effort becomes rooted in calmness rather than panic, in patience rather than grasping. The artist who waits quietly for inspiration rather than forcing it. The farmer who sows seeds and then trusts the rhythm of the seasons. The meditator who allows the mind to settle on its own, like silt in still water. Each embodies the same principle. Timing belongs, not to control, but to reality itself. Even the body demonstrates this truth. Healing, both physical and emotional, is not accomplished by restless striving, but through rest and surrender. Muscles repair themselves in stillness, not in ceaseless exertion. Wounds close most effectively when the body is allowed the space to recover. Forcing activity too soon only reopens what is not yet ready. The same is true of the heart and mind. Emotional wounds do not mend through endless analysis, through replaying and dissecting every detail. They mend when silence provides the space for clarity, forgiveness, and acceptance to arise naturally. Silent trust is the fertile soil where true healing takes root. This trust extends beyond healing into the unfolding of karma itself. You cannot control how quickly results appear, nor dictate the precise shape they will take. Silent trust accepts that causes and conditions ripen in their own rhythm, not in accordance with personal timelines. To rest in stillness is to allow karma to reveal itself without interference, without trying to tug at sprouts before they are ready to break the soil. This does not mean abandoning action. It means acting skillfully and wholeheartedly, then releasing the demand for immediate reward. In this way, silence honors the truth of cause and effect more deeply than striving ever can. There is also a quiet beauty in the humility of silent trust. Striving often grows from the ego's endless need to prove itself, to demonstrate ability, to declare ownership, to control outcomes. Silence, however, bows. It acknowledges that truth is larger than you, that life contains mysteries you cannot master. This humility is not defeat, it is liberation. It lifts the exhausting burden of needing to explain, defend, or control every moment. It frees you to discover that wisdom often arrives not when you speak, but when you listen. In meditation, this listening becomes profound. You begin by listening to sounds, to the rhythm of breath. But soon you are listening deeper still, to the movements of thought, to the tides of emotion, to the subtle shifts of awareness itself. As you rest in this silence, layers of illusion peel away, the craving to control, the fear of loss, the endless mental narratives. What remains is awareness itself, open, steady, luminous. This awareness is the ground of silent trust. It is not passive. It is the most alive state of being possible. Silent trust also transforms your relationship with uncertainty. Striving rushes to erase uncertainty, seizing control in a desperate attempt to silence doubt. Silence, on the other hand, allows uncertainty to exist without panic. You learn to sit with not knowing, to breathe in mystery without scrambling for answers. This ability is the heart of wisdom, because life itself is always uncertain. The one who can rest peacefully in that truth discovers peace where others only find fear. And so the power of silence is not confined to the meditation cushion, nor to sacred spaces alone. It can be lived in every breath, in every step, in every moment. It is present in the pause before speaking, in the breath before reacting, in the calm gaze held steady amid chaos. It is the quiet strength to let things come to you instead of endlessly chasing them. It is the courage to trust life without wrestling with it. When silent trust deepens, life itself feels lighter. Energy once wasted on striving becomes available for clarity, for love, for creativity. Noise subsides, leaving space for wisdom. Silence reveals itself not as emptiness, but as fullness, alive with compassion, alive with strength. Stillness becomes your ground, your unshakable foundation. And from that foundation, every action you take carries more clarity, more integrity, more truth. This is how stillness speaks louder than striving. Striving shouts with desperation, its voice trembling with the fear of not being enough. But silence radiates calm authority, steady and unwavering, like a mountain that does not need to declare its strength. Striving demands attention, clawing for recognition, while silence transforms simply by being present. Striving burns energy in restless fires, but silence generates peace, like a spring that never runs dry. Silent trust is not the absence of action, but the presence of harmony. It is not resignation, but alignment, the living expression of surrender to Dharma, where life unfolds naturally, where you no longer need to force it forward. In the end, silent trust is the deepest form of faith, faith not in outcomes, not in promises of certainty, but in the path itself. It is the recognition that peace is never something to be chased, but something to be uncovered, revealed when you rest fully in what already is. And when you live with this trust, you discover that silence was never emptiness, and stillness was never weakness. They were the quiet strength that carried you all along. When the strength of silent trust is discovered, something remarkable begins to unfold. Stillness is no longer seen as absence, but as fullness, as a fertile ground rather than a barren space. From this clarity comes a new understanding of waiting. What once felt like wasted time, a pause between so-called real moments, reveals itself as one of the richest fields of practice. Waiting is not emptiness. It is discipline. It is not weakness. It is wisdom. The Dharma shows that waiting, when embraced with awareness, becomes an active path of transformation. Yet the human mind resists waiting. It has been trained to chase, conditioned to measure worth in speed, results, and productivity. Waiting threatens this narrative. It feels like falling behind, like losing ground, like being forgotten. But what if waiting is not delay, but ripening? What if the very space you try to escape is the field where growth takes root? In the Buddhist view, waiting is never a void. It is an active state of presence, a conscious surrender to the unfolding of conditions. Every living thing teaches this truth. Seeds wait beneath the soil, not in despair, but in preparation. The moon waxes and wanes in steady cycles, never rushed, never delayed. Even the breath itself carries waiting, the pause between inhale and exhale. This pause is not wasted, it is essential. Without it, there is no rhythm. Without it, the breath collapses. In the same way, waiting creates rhythm in life, a rhythm that allows experience to mature, wisdom to deepen, and clarity to appear. To rush is to disrupt the cycle. To wait with awareness is to align with it. The Dharma of waiting is rooted in patience, but it stretches further still. Patience endures. Waiting participates. When you wait with awareness, you are not idle. You are training the mind to remain present without clinging to outcome. You are cultivating trust that conditions ripen in their own season. You are building resilience by refusing to collapse into frustration. Waiting becomes practice when you treat it as fertile space rather than dead space. This perspective transforms daily life. Long lines, delayed plans, pauses between opportunities. These moments so often spark irritation. But when seen through Dharma, they become invitations. In waiting, you can return to the breath. In waiting, you can observe craving rise and fade. In waiting, you can notice impatience itself, how it tightens the body, clouds the mind, and you can study how it dissolves when you stop feeding it. Each delay becomes a teacher, revealing the places where the mind resists reality. Instead of fighting time, you learn to flow with it. Waiting also exposes attachment. The stronger the clinging to results, the more painful waiting feels. If you crave recognition, waiting for approval is torture. If you crave success, waiting for progress feels unbearable. If you crave love, waiting for reciprocation seems endless. Yet the suffering lies not in the waiting, but in the craving tied to it. When you release the demand for outcome, waiting softens. It becomes a space of freedom rather than a prison of lack. The Dharma also teaches that waiting is a form of compassion. When you wait for others to grow, to understand, to heal, to change, you honor their rhythm. You release the urge to force them into your timeline. Compassionate waiting is not passive. It is the steady offering of presence without pressure. It tells others, I trust you. I respect your journey. I will not demand that you move before you are ready. In personal growth, waiting is essential. Transformation does not happen overnight. Insight ripens slowly, like fruit on a tree. Forcing wisdom is like pulling at branches before the fruit is mature. You may get glimpses, but true change takes time. Waiting allows the mind to settle, to breathe, to integrate lessons in the marrow rather than just on the surface. Without waiting, practice becomes shallow, a skimming across the water. With waiting, practice deepens, sinking roots into the soil of experience until it becomes embodied. The discipline of waiting is also medicine for anxiety about time. The fear of being late, the fear of missing opportunities, the fear of falling behind, all dissolve when you begin to see waiting not as a detour, but as part of the path itself. The Dharma assures that nothing ripens too early or too late. Every fruit, every blossom, every life unfolds in its season. Waiting is simply the interval between planting and harvest. To see it this way is to rest in peace instead of panic, to feel the gentle rhythm of trust rather than the harsh beat of urgency. Meditation trains this truth directly. To sit in silence is to practice waiting without struggle. You wait for the breath to come. You cannot drag it forward. You wait for thoughts to pass. You cannot push them out. You wait for insight to arise. You cannot command revelation. The practice is simple and yet profound. To stay, to observe, to trust. This is why meditation often feels so difficult at first. It exposes the restless mind that hates waiting, that craves instant arrival. But the longer you remain, the more you discover that waiting itself is transformation. Stillness ripens understanding, not by force, but by time. Waiting also teaches humility. It whispers the reminder that you are not the master of time. You cannot bend the seasons to your will, or command the universe to move faster. Waiting bows to the truth that causes and conditions are vaster than individual desire. This bow is not defeat. It is wisdom. It is the softening of ego, the release of the clenched fist, the willingness to live in harmony with reality instead of battling against it. And hidden within this waiting is a quiet joy. When impatience falls away, you find yourself freed from the pressure of outcomes. In that freedom, subtle details rise into awareness. The sound of wind brushing through trees, the rhythm of footsteps on the earth, the gentle expansion and contraction of your own breath. What once felt empty now glows with life. Waiting awakens appreciation because it slows you down enough to see. This shift changes the entire narrative of life. You no longer treat pauses as interruptions. You honor them as essential chapters. You stop fearing stillness and begin bowing to it. You stop rushing toward an imagined destination and start living fully in the interval. Waiting is no longer wasted time. It is life itself. Ultimately, the Dharma of waiting reveals that the journey is not measured only in action, but also in rest. The path is not only in moving forward, but in pausing with awareness. Waiting becomes practice because it carries all the essential virtues: presence, patience, humility, and trust. It turns delays into teachers, silence into wisdom, intervals into opportunity. When you live in this way, waiting ceases to feel like punishment. It becomes rhythm. It becomes breathing space. It becomes gift. You begin to see clearly. Nothing was ever delayed. Nothing was ever wasted. Waiting was never the absence of life. It was life itself unfolding, teaching you that even the stillest moments are saturated with Dharma. And when the discipline of waiting is finally understood as fertile ground rather than wasted time, a hidden doorway opens. Through it, you discover not only peace, but creation itself. For waiting births space, and space is the cradle of inspiration. Here, detachment reveals one of its most unexpected gifts: creativity. When you stop gripping outcomes, when you release the need for certainty, you create room for something larger than yourself to flow through you. Detachment is not only freedom from suffering, it is also the portal through which spontaneous artistry enters. Creativity suffers most under pressure. A mind chained to results suffocates under its own demands, seeking perfection, fearing mistakes, trying to control every detail. In such a state, ideas wither before they can breathe. The more you force brilliance, the further it retreats into hiding. The Dharma reflects the same truth across all of life. Forcing creates friction. Clinging suffocates. Control breeds anxiety. Just as attachment to people can strangle love, attachment to outcomes strangles creativity. To loosen the grip is to open the gate for the unexpected to arrive. Creation breathes most fully where there is space, not where there is fear,
not where there is the desperate tightening of control.
Artists, writers, musicians, and thinkers throughout history have spoken of inspiration as if it were a visitor from beyond, a whisper carried on the wind, a sudden light through the clouds, a current flowing through them rather than from them. They did not own it, they were vessels for it. This experience is not reserved for art alone. It is the nature of creativity itself. Whether solving a problem, shaping a vision, finding a new way to speak, or simply learning how to live, the energy of creation always comes most alive when you stop clutching at it. Detachment is what creates the conditions for inspiration. By removing the heavy weight of demand, the hunger for recognition, the grasping at perfection, the clinging to results, you clear a wide and open sky where fresh insight can appear like birds in flight. When ego falls quiet, creativity finds its voice. When craving dissolves, playfulness enters the room. When fear loosens, imagination stretches its wings. Detachment is not a withdrawal from expression. It is the soil from which authentic expression can grow strong. Meditation shows this with clarity. Sit in silence, and the mind, once restless, begins to wander into unexpected paths. Thoughts drift, rearrange, and suddenly insights appear like lanterns in the dark. Solutions rise unbidden. You did not hammer them into shape with effort. They surfaced naturally, the way water bubbles from a spring when the ground is clear. This is the very heart of creativity, not manufactured, but revealed. Detachment clears the ground, so that revelation has room to appear. Creativity also flourishes when mistakes are welcomed. Attachment to outcome breeds perfectionism, and perfectionism strangles creation at its birth. It silences you before you dare to begin, edits you before you speak, abandons you before you finish. Detachment lifts that burden. It allows play, failure, exploration, and discovery. In the Dharma, failure is not final. It is simply another condition, another teacher. The same is true in art. Every so-called mistake becomes part of the unfolding, a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block. This principle extends far beyond art. In problem solving, detachment unlocks flexibility. An attached mind sees only one rigid path. A detached mind sees many possibilities, and it is in this openness that innovation often enters. Breakthroughs rarely arrive through grinding force. They come in the pause, in the loosened grip, when the unexpected finally has space to surface. In relationships too, detachment births creativity. A conversation blossoms more freely. When you stop trying to control its outcome, connection deepens. When rigid expectations are released, even love itself becomes a living art form, an endless act of recreation. When freed from ownership or fear, detachment makes space for novelty, for surprise, for the kind of growth that keeps intimacy alive. The paradox is clear. Detachment grants access to creativity because it quiets the ego. Creativity is not about the self becoming grand, but the self becoming open, porous, receptive. When you cling to recognition or success, you narrow the channel through which inspiration flows. But when you detach from those demands, you become a vessel. Ideas, solutions, vision, they move through you without obstruction. This is why so many describe inspiration as a gift, as grace, as something borrowed rather than owned. It is less possession, more participation. Even science echoes this. Studies show that creativity peaks when the mind is relaxed, playful, daydreaming. Precisely when attachment to results is weakest, creativity thrives, not in the clenched fist, but in the open palm. Detachment mirrors this, training the mind to release its obsession with outcomes, to align itself with the natural rhythm of insight's arrival. Detachment also changes the way you hold your creations. Instead of clinging to them as possessions, as proof of worth, you release them into the world freely, like seeds carried on the wind. This release keeps the flow alive. When you cling tightly to one work, fearing judgment or loss, you choke the next idea before it can breathe. But when you detach, you enter into rhythm, create and release. Create and release. This rhythm is the lifeblood of inspiration itself, not a stagnant pool, but a flowing river. This mirrors the Dharma of impermanence. Nothing is meant to be clung to, not even your most cherished creation, not even your art. When you let go, you remain open for what is yet to come. This practice is not easy. It requires courage. Attachment feels safe, like a hand gripping a railing in the dark. Control gives the illusion of stability. Outcomes give the illusion of identity. But when you dare to loosen these grips, you begin to see that true safety was never in holding. It was in trusting. Creativity thrives not in cages, but in open skies. The courage to detach is the courage to let life create through you without demanding certainty. Waiting, silence, and detachment form the sacred ground of creation. Waiting gives the spaciousness. Silence clears the noise. Detachment dissolves the fear. Together they weave the invisible conditions in which artistry arises. And this artistry is not limited to paintbrushes and poems. It is the art of living itself, finding new ways to meet old challenges, new perspectives within ordinary days, new expressions of compassion in the face of suffering. Creativity in this sense is not a rare talent for the chosen few. It is a universal capacity, awakened whenever the grip of attachment softens. Ultimately, detachment as the doorway to creativity teaches this. The most powerful creations are not dragged into existence by force. They arrive naturally, like blossoms opening when the season is ready. They are not born of clinging, but of surrender. They are not possessions to be owned, but offerings to be shared. They flow from the same source as the Dharma itself, the natural unfolding of conditions when nothing obstructs. To live this way is to discover that creativity is not a rare visitation, but a constant presence waiting for space. When you loosen your grip, you feel its current. When you stop demanding, you hear its voice. When you release outcomes, you realize that the art of living is the greatest creation of all. And once detachment opens the door to creativity, revealing the beauty of expression, free from clinging, the path points toward an even more radical release. The release of the deepest attachment of all, the attachment to self. Every desire, every fear, every grasping ultimately traces back to this sense of I and mine. Creativity teaches you to let go of ownership of your work. Compassion teaches you to let go of ownership of others. But the highest liberation in Buddhism is this: to let go of ownership of the self itself. This is the teaching of anatta, no self. It is the doorway to a freedom beyond anything the mind can imagine. The self feels like the most permanent possession. You may question objects, relationships, even beliefs, but the sense of me seems undeniable. It feels solid, continuous, unchanging. Yet the Dharma reveals this as illusion. What you call self is not a fixed entity, but a collection of ever-shifting processes. Body, sensations, perceptions, thoughts, consciousness. These aggregates rise and fall each moment, like waves on an ocean, like clouds drifting across an endless sky. To cling to them as a permanent is to cling to shadows. And this clinging is not neutral. It is the root of suffering. Defending this illusion fuels every other attachment. Anatta does not deny that experiences occur. You feel joy, you feel pain, you think, you act. What it denies is that there is a permanent controller behind these experiences. The sense of self is a construction, stitched together by memory, craving, and habit. The tighter you identify with it, the more fragile life becomes. Every insult strikes as personal. Every loss feels like annihilation. Every success inflates the ego, only to collapse again when conditions shift. But when you begin to see the self as impermanent, these waves lose their power. They rise and fall, yet the vast ocean of awareness remains unshaken. Liberation is not in building a stronger identity. It is in dissolving the illusion that one is needed at all. This teaching is difficult because it strikes at the root of perception. The mind resists. If there is no self, then who is reading these words? Who is practicing meditation? Who suffers and who is liberated? The Dharma responds with quiet clarity. There is experience, but no separate owner of experience. Just as fire burns without a fire self, and rivers flow without a river self, so too do thoughts, actions, and awareness arise without a fixed identity standing behind them. Recognizing this truth is not emptiness in the sense of nothingness. It is not a void where meaning collapses, but a freedom from clinging to what was never real. Non-attachment to self is not cold detachment. It is release. And in that release, fear begins to dissolve. Much of human life is shaped by fear. Fear of death, fear of rejection, fear of losing identity. All of these fears lean upon the belief that the self is permanent. We are taught to defend this fragile construct at all costs, building walls of pride, ambition, and image around it. But when you see directly that the self is not fixed, but fluid, like a river never stepping into the same water twice, fear begins to loosen its grip. Death is no longer the destruction of me, but simply the transformation of conditions. The way a flame flickers and becomes smoke, the way autumn leaves fall and feed the soil for spring. Insults no longer wound deeply, for there is no solid self standing there to defend. Even success loses its intoxication, for what is transient cannot define you. The chains of identity slip away, and what remains is not emptiness, but peace. In daily life, this realization reshapes how you meet others. When you no longer cling to a rigid, you begin to see more clearly that others too are not fixed entities. Their anger, their kindness, their flaws, their virtues, all are passing clouds in the open sky of conditions. This softens judgment and deepens compassion. How can hatred survive when you see that every person is a constellation of causes, most of which they did not fully choose? Non-attachment to self opens the door to a universal empathy that holds all beings. Meditation offers the clearest glimpse into anatta. As you sit and observe, thoughts arise uninvited, sensations ripple and fade, perceptions shift like colors in the changing light. Look closely. You find no solid I behind these movements, only the ceaseless unfolding of phenomena. At first, this discovery can feel unsettling, as though the ground beneath you is giving way. But with practice, the fear dissolves. You realize the ground was never solid to begin with. What falls away is only illusion. What remains is openness, a boundless field in which life flows freely. The teaching of no self also frees you from the heavy burden of self-image. So much suffering comes from the exhausting labor of trying to uphold an identity, successful, attractive, wise, spiritual. We spend endless energy protecting these masks, fearing exposure of flaws, craving validation to keep the mask intact. But when you see that the self is a construction, the images lose their grip. You no longer need to be someone in order to rest in peace. You are free to act without fear, to live authentically without guarding an identity that was never real. This non-attachment to self transforms creativity itself. When the need to claim ownership dissolves, art becomes freer. You create not to prove worth, but to let the flow of life express itself through you. The thought is no longer, I made this, but simply, this arose. The ego steps aside, and the current of creativity deepens. What is true in art is true in life. Acts of kindness, work, relationships, all become lighter, purer, when freed from the burden of ego. The illusion of self is maintained by craving. You crave permanence, so you cling to identity. You crave recognition, so you build an image. You crave control, so you invent the idea of a self that can master reality. But when you see through the illusion, craving dissolves at its root. with no me to protect or glorify, the endless cycle of desire begins to quiet. What arises in its place is not emptiness, but spaciousness. Life unfolds without the constant weight of self-concern pressing on every moment. Non-attachment to self brings with it a profound equanimity in the face of change. Without clinging to identity, change is no longer a threat. Losing a job, aging, shifting roles, none of these are assaults on who you are. They are natural transitions, the same as dawn turning to dusk, the same as tides flowing in and out. You still act, you still adapt and grow, but without panic. Identity is fluid, so change is not destruction, but transformation. And this equanimity allows you to meet life's shifting seasons with peace. The Buddha emphasized again and again that anatta is not a philosophy to be debated, not a concept to grasp with intellect alone. It is a truth to be realized directly. Words may point the way, but only through deep observation, in stillness, in meditation, in lived experience, does the illusion of self truly dissolve. And when it does, suffering weakens at its very root. This is why non-attachment to self is the deepest liberation of all. All other detachments free you from outer chains, possessions, relationships, desires, but this one loosens the innermost knot, the hidden cage of ego itself. To live without attachment to self is to walk unarmored in a vast open field. You no longer carry the heavy armor of identity. You no longer waste your strength defending shadows. You no longer tremble at the thought of dissolution. For you see clearly now, what was never solid cannot be destroyed. Instead of clinging, you live openly. Instead of protecting illusions, you offer compassion. Instead of struggling to maintain an image, you create freely. Presence replaces performance. Life unfolds moment by moment, not through control, but through trust. This is not annihilation. It is awakening. It is discovering that what you called self was never the true source of peace. Peace was here all along, waiting, quietly shining beneath the layers of illusion. When detachment extends all the way to self, life is no longer about protecting identity, but about flowing with reality. And in that flow, there is freedom. In that flow, compassion rises naturally. In that flow, joy appears untouched by clinging. This is the liberation the Buddha pointed toward. A freedom deeper than release from possessions, deeper than release from desire. It is freedom from the very illusion of I that binds them all together. This is the greatest letting go. This is the doorway to the highest peace. And when the illusion of self loosens, when the heart learns to rest without clinging to identity, another layer of truth quietly reveals itself. It whispers, not everything you long for is meant to come. Not every path you imagine will open. At first, this realization feels like loss. It feels as though life has turned away, denying you something essential. But with deeper vision, you begin to see that absence itself carries hidden blessings. There is a strange joy in non-arrival, a quiet relief in discovering that the things you thought you needed for completion were never required for your wholeness. The mind is trained to measure fulfillment by arrival. Success means achieving the goal. Happiness means obtaining the desire. Peace means reaching the destination. But reality moves differently. Many of the things you chase never arrive, or if they do, they appear in unfamiliar forms, shaped by causes you did not foresee. When you cling to arrival as proof of meaning, disappointment waits for you at every turn. But when you release this demand, a paradox opens. Non-arrival itself becomes a doorway to freedom. It teaches you that life is not defined by the checklist of outcomes, but by the richness of being present. Absence is not lack. Absence is space. The job that never appeared may have spared you from years confined in a path that was never yours. The relationship that never blossomed may have opened you toward deeper self-understanding or toward connections more aligned with truth. The dream that never manifested may have saved you from a future built upon craving rather than wisdom. Non-arrival protects as much as arrival provides. To see this clearly is to realize that blessings are often hidden in what does not come. This understanding changes the way you hold desire itself. You recognize that not all longings will be fulfilled, and yet this no longer wounds you. Longing softens. Desire becomes lighter. It does not vanish, but it loses its sting. You can smile at it, honor it, and let it pass without despair. In this way, non-arrival becomes a teacher. It shows you that peace is possible, even when the world does not bend to your demands. Non-arrival also reveals impermanence in another form. What you expect is not guaranteed, and what you receive is often unexpected. This uncertainty is not cruelty. It is simply the texture of life. By resting in this truth, you discover resilience. You no longer collapse when plans unravel. You no longer shatter when doors remain closed. You begin to see that meaning is not tied to the arrival of specific outcomes, but to the openness of meeting each moment as it comes. The joy of non-arrival is subtle. It rarely announces itself with celebration. It comes quietly, often years later, when you look back and realize what did not arrive allowed space for something else to blossom. You see with time that rejection opened a better door, that absence cleared the way for growth, that unanswered longing taught you a strength you might never have discovered otherwise. This joy is not loud, but deep. It does not come from gaining what you wanted, but from realizing you are whole even without it. In meditation, you meet non-arrival constantly. You sit expecting peace, clarity, or insight. Sometimes they do not come. Instead, you encounter restlessness, distraction, or boredom. But if you release the demand for arrival, you discover presence itself. The joy of simply being without the arrival of special states is profound, luminous in its simplicity. This lesson extends into life. Fulfillment is not tied to the arrival of ideal conditions, but to the awareness of what is here now. Non-arrival also humbles the ego. The ego craves constant affirmation through achievement, possession, recognition. When these do not arrive, the ego feels wounded. But this wound itself is a gateway. It reveals that your worth is not dependent on outcomes. It teaches you to rest in being rather than in accomplishment. This humility is freedom. You are no longer enslaved to the endless chase for arrival because you see clearly that peace does not depend on it. The Dharma invites you to see non-arrival not as failure, but as part of the unfolding. Just as some seeds never sprout, not every longing takes form, yet this does not diminish the field of life. It enriches it, for the space left by non-arrival is the very ground where awareness grows. Absence pushes you inward, toward wisdom, rather than endless craving. What is missing becomes teacher, showing you how to rest in presence, instead of in promise. Relationships make this truth vivid. Not every bond will deepen. Not every love will be returned. Yet the absence of what you imagined does not mean absence of love. It may widen your heart to see love in broader forms, through friendship, through community, through compassion for strangers, through intimacy with life itself. The heart expands when it stops demanding love arrive in one form. Non-arrival becomes the doorway to a wider, freer love. Even suffering often takes shape through non-arrival. Much of your pain comes not from what is present, but from what is absent. Opportunities not taken, words not spoken, moments not lived. But when you see that life could never offer you every possibility, you stop clinging to ghosts. You begin to value the paths you did walk, instead of being haunted by the ones you did not. In this way, non-arrival becomes a teacher of gratitude. The subtle joy of non-arrival is not about rejecting dreams or abandoning effort. It is about releasing the demand that every effort must bear fruit. You still plant seeds. You still live with sincerity, but you no longer measure life by what arrives. You discover peace in the planting itself, joy in the journey itself. Arrival becomes a gift, not a requirement. Non-arrival becomes a teacher, not a punishment. Ultimately, the Dharma of non-arrival shows that freedom is not in achieving every desire, but in realizing you do not need to. Life is vast, unpredictable, filled with arrivals and absences alike. When you stop clinging to what did not come, you awaken to the richness of what is here. The joy is subtle because it is not tied to gain, but to release. It is the quiet happiness of knowing that your wholeness does not depend on arrival. When you live this truth, absence no longer feels like loss. It feels like space, like possibility, like hidden blessing. The joy of non-arrival is not the joy of getting everything you want, but the joy of realizing you are free from needing it. And in that freedom, even absence shines. Yet when the quiet blessing of non-arrival is finally understood, another danger quietly reveals itself. The temptation to make even spirituality into something to grasp. If the mind cannot get what it longs for in one place, it shifts its craving elsewhere. And then, spiritual practice becomes the next target. Instead of a path of release, it becomes another possession, another badge of pride, another way to measure worth. This is the subtle trap of spiritual materialism, and it can be more binding than the ordinary attachments you once thought you had left behind. For the ego does not disappear when you step onto the path. It simply puts on new robes. Detachment is the antidote, for only when you release the urge to own spirituality can you truly live its truth. Spiritual materialism arises whenever practice becomes a tool for ego. You meditate, not for liberation, but to appear calm. You read scriptures not to deepen wisdom, but to prove superiority. You pursue teachings not to dissolve self, but to build a stronger one. The craving for identity does not vanish. Just because you turn toward the spiritual path, it can, in fact, become more cunning, more disguised. Instead of craving wealth or recognition, you begin to crave enlightenment, as if it were a prize, a possession to display. The Dharma itself becomes another decoration on the altar of ego. This trap is especially dangerous because it hides beneath sincerity. You believe you are walking the path of release, yet craving still drives you from underneath. The mind whispers, "Look how spiritual I am. Look how much I have achieved. Look how far I have come compared to others." It compares, competes, and clings, all while pretending to be free. This is why detachment is essential. To detach is to let go, even of your image as a seeker, even of your longing to be seen as awakened. Detachment reminds you that the goal is not to build new layers of identity, but to dissolve them. The Buddha himself warned against clinging to practices as possessions. The Dharma is likened to a raft, something to cross the river, not something to carry endlessly on your back. Once you have reached the far shore, Yet many hold on to the raft with pride, displaying it to others, polishing it endlessly, while never stepping onto the other side. This is spiritual materialism, turning the means of liberation into another form of bondage. True detachment is the wisdom of releasing the raft when it has served its purpose. One form of spiritual materialism is attachment to teachers and traditions. Respect, gratitude, and devotion are noble qualities, but when they harden into identity, they become barriers to growth. You cling to belonging to a certain lineage. You compare traditions, arguing that yours is superior. Instead of dissolving the ego, you use spirituality to feed it. Detachment here does not mean disrespect. It means seeing teachers as guides, not possessions, traditions as paths, not trophies. Another form arises through attachment to experiences, a vision in meditation, a wave of bliss, a moment of luminous silence. These are natural fruits of practice. But when grasped at, they become chains. You begin measuring every meditation against them, chasing the same state, as though enlightenment could be bottled or repeated at will. But the Dharma is not about reproducing experiences. It is about seeing through illusion itself. Detachment allows you to savor these moments with gratitude, without mistaking them for final truth. Spiritual materialism also infiltrates communities. Subtly, comparison arises. Who practices more? Who knows more? Who sits longer? Who appears closer to awakening? The path becomes a ladder to climb rather than a circle of support. But the Dharma is not about being above others. It is about realizing that there is no other at all, no self to compete, no one to surpass. Detachment dissolves competition because it dissolves the very need to measure. In this way, detachment is not cold withdrawal, but warm release. It is the soft loosening of the grip that keeps spirituality from hardening into possession. When you let go, practice becomes light again, like breath, like wind. It serves its true purpose, not to add to who you think you are, but to reveal that what you needs no addition at all. True practice is never about ranking, status, or comparison. It is about freedom. The danger of spiritual materialism lies precisely in how it blocks compassion. When spirituality becomes possession, others are no longer seen as companions on the path. They are seen as rivals, mirrors for ego, or tools for validation. The heart closes, even as the lips recite holy words. Detachment restores compassion. It reminds you again and again that the path is not about building a greater self, but about dissolving the illusion of self into boundless connection. When the need to prove superiority falls away, humility softens the heart, and compassion flows as naturally as breath. You no longer guard spirituality like a jewel that must be displayed. Instead, you live it quietly, like roots drinking rain, nourishing life, unseen. Detachment also dissolves the craving for quick attainment. The ego wants enlightenment now, as though it were a trophy to claim, an achievement to boast of, another feather in the crown of self. But enlightenment is not an object to grab. It is the dissolution of the one who grabs. To crave awakening as possession is to miss its essence entirely. Detachment protects you from this trap. It teaches you to walk the path without obsession for the goal. You practice not because you hope to own liberation, but because practice itself is liberation. Each step, each breath, each already carries the flavor of freedom. In daily life, detachment, as the antidote to spiritual materialism, means practicing quietly without display. It means meditating without announcing it, helping others without demanding recognition, studying Dharma without needing to appear wise. It means embodying teachings in action, rather than using them as ornaments for identity. The greatest teachers are often those who speak least of themselves, not because they hide their practice, but because they no longer need to advertise what they simply are. This does not mean you abandon practice or deny the joy that comes with it. It means holding practice lightly, without turning it into proof of self. You bow to the Dharma, but you do not cling to being a Dharma person. You chant, meditate, and serve, not to create an identity, but to dissolve the very need for one. Detachment transforms practice from decoration into liberation. Meditation itself is training against spiritual materialism. Each time a thought arises, I am doing well, I am failing, I am progressing, you simply see it, bow to it, and release it. You learn the art of practicing without building an identity around practice. Over time, this gentle letting go seeps into daily life. You no longer define yourself as spiritual or unspiritual. You no longer carry the need to be seen as holy or advanced. You simply live in alignment with truth, without labels. The subtle joy of non-arrival taught us that peace is not found in everything working out as planned. In the same way, detachment teaches that spirituality is not about adding more to yourself, but about subtracting the illusions that keep you bound. When you release the urge to use spirituality as possession, you find that true practice is simple, humble, and free. It does not make you greater, it makes you lighter. Ultimately, detachment as antidote to spiritual materialism brings you back to the living heart of Dharma. The path is not a competition, not a decoration, not a badge of honor to display. It is the steady letting go of clinging, the quiet untying of knots, the gentle release of illusions. It is the silent cultivation of compassion that does not need to be seen to be real. When spirituality is no longer owned, it becomes alive. When it is not possessed, it possesses you, not as burden, but as grace, filling your life with clarity, freedom, and peace. In this way, detachment protects the purity of practice. It keeps you from turning medicine into poison, path into prison, or Dharma into identity. And in this protection, it returns you to what the Buddha intended all along, not to become more, but to become free. After walking through these teachings, one truth echoes above all others. Peace does not come from chasing, forcing, or clinging. Peace comes from trusting the natural rhythm of life. Detachment is not coldness, it is freedom. The sharp mind that sees through illusion, the steady body that walks with patience, the open heart that loves without owning, and the quiet spirit that rests in timing beyond control. Desire dissolves, waiting ripens, silence heals, and even non-arrival reveals its hidden blessing. And when control itself is surrendered, what returns is deeper than anything the ego could ever demand. Clarity that sees without distortion, compassion that flows without effort, freedom that does not depend on circumstances. So the next time restlessness stirs in your heart about what has not yet arrived, pause and remember. If it is meant for you, it will come when the causes and conditions are ready. And if it does not, that absence too carries a hidden gift. Every arrival shapes you, but so does every non-arrival. Both are teachers. Both belong to the rhythm of your unfolding life. Now I turn the question to you. Which of these lessons whispers most strongly in your own journey? Is it the vast relief of letting go, the quiet strength found in patience, or the luminous joy of loving without ownership? Perhaps another insight touched you in silence. Whatever it may be, I invite you to reflect, to write, and if you wish, to share in the comments. Your voice may be the mirror that helps another see their own truth. more clearly. And if these teachings have offered you value, consider subscribing and ringing the bell so you do not miss what is yet to come. More reflections, more reminders, more wisdom. Wait quietly beyond this moment, and together, step by step, we will continue walking this timeless path of freedom, not to become more, but to remember the freedom that was always here.